and the pledges. And Pastor Steve Rangini from Victoria Outreach Church is going to do the invocation today. Oh, I thought he was right there.
Amen. If we could just go ahead and bow our heads this morning. Hallelujah. Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we come before you right now, God, and we just thank you, Master, for your grace. We thank you for your mercy, Lord, for your saving and keeping power. And Father, I pray right now that you would just fill this place with your presence, God, Lord, that you would just give us your wisdom, your anointing, my God, that you would give us guidance, direction, Lord. Master, we uplift every case that's going to be heard this morning, my God. Father, that your favor would fall upon us, my God. We lift up our county to you, my God. Lord, that you would continue to watch over us, keep us safe, God. Move according to your plan, according to your purpose. Let your perfect will be done in each and every one of our lives, Master. Take full control. Once again this morning, my God, we turn this over to you, God. We ask that you would just have your way and we'll forever give you the praise, the glory, and the honor. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen and amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have all commissioners present. It is Tuesday, January, good grief, June the 18th, 2022. We are at 901 Leopard, the Nueces County Courtroom, and it is 9:14, and I will call this meeting to order. Do we have any announcements of disclosures of conflict? You can always bring it up later if it comes up. I see none. Moving on. We have some resolutions, proclamations. Item number 1 coming up is recognizing our Calallen High School Lady Cats softball team. Can we get them to come in? Everybody's a little off this morning. We're having a rough start.
Hey, Connie.
Thought you were calling me.
The other Connie.
I was like, I'm right here, Jack.
Yeah, mine didn't either.
And Ms. King is going to read the resolution.
I mean, it may just be off.
Commissioners Court Resolution recognizing Calallen High School Lady Cats softball team as the 2024 state champions. Whereas the Calallen Lady Cats softball team is led by head coach Teresa Lentz, assistant coach Bianca Pacina, assistant coach Lamar Lopez, assistant coach Mark Razul, assistant coach Rodney Acosta, and assistant coach Ryan Elizondo, student coach Kerrigan Rosca, team managers Aaron Wharton, Ava Olivares, Jamie Martinez Jr., and trainer Lauren Deere. Whereas the Calallen Lady Cats softball team consists of Megan Gear, Kylie Butcher, Mia Flores, Jordan Thibodeau, Mackenzie Mounts, Rylan Gomez, Bianca Gonzalez, Lizzie Smith, Adrana Alvarez, Braylon Bailey, Brooklyn Fedor, Alana Alvarez, Alva Garcia, Camille Trevino, Kaylee Lopez, Kaden Trevino, and Kiana Vargas. As whereas in 2024, the Calallen Lady Cats softball team finished the year with a 32-2 overall record. The Lady Cats ultimately defeated Liberty in the state final by a score of 2-1 to win state back-to-back titles. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Calallen High School Lady Cat Wildcat softball team as the 2024 state champions, duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this day, the 18th of June, 2024.
Thank you, Ms. King. make the motion to pass.
Make motion.
I'll second if you make the motion, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Little deja vu, Commissioner Hernandez. We've done this before, haven't we?
Yes, sir. It's becoming a habit. That's a
Yeah,
good
really.
habit.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And I think, Coach, you want to come up and say a few words, and then we'll all, I'm sure Commissioner Hernandez and I both want to say something, so.
I just want to say thank you all for having us. It's really nice to get recognized here, and I think sometimes the girls work really hard and don't realize that other people are noticing all that they're accomplishing. So we really appreciate you guys taking the time and having us come out and having them and honoring them in this way, because it is something special and they worked super hard, and it's just a testament to how much they've committed, sacrificed, and dedicated, not only to the season but to the community and for everybody. So we're really proud of them, and we really appreciate you having us. Thank
We're
you.
happy to have you all
Thank you,
here.
Coach.
Yes. Do you want to go first? Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Well, we wouldn't have it any other way. We really are proud of you all for doing what you've done. You all work hard, and we know y'all don't work inside air conditioning. So it's very hard to do, and you have done it twice. And this is great, and we look forward to some more. So thank you all for what you all do. Thank you to the parents, thank you to Coach, to the teachers, and the administration for supporting you all. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I would just like to continue with, you are the leaders coming up in the future. You do it all. You work hard, you make the grades, you stay on the team. Your community is so proud of you, and we look to you for no telling endless opportunities coming your way with the dedication that you have to this, and we're very proud of you. And a Cow-Allen resident and a Cow-Allen mother of and grandmother of kids going there, we are greatly appreciative and so very proud of you guys. Yes. We have a resolution. We would like for you to come take a photo with us. I don't know if
Any of the
anybody else
girls wanna
wants
say
to
anything?
speak.
Any of the
Yeah,
girls wanna talk?
Any of the girls, do you have a captain of the team want to speak or do something, or? Don't be shy. You
Yeah,
girls
come
are
on.
not shy.
Don't have to, but
You don't have to. We can just do a photo. Come up here, yes. We know
Okay.
most of you
Put the
anyway.
uniform on it.
Yeah,
Put the
yeah.
uniform on. Go crazy.
May have to put some back here if you have
There you
some
go.
taller ones or something.
Ladies? So are you all gonna do the turn?
One, two, three.
congratulations, ladies. Congratulations.
Thank y'all.
Congratulations, ladies.
Hey, those medals are clinking pretty good over there. I like it. Look at that.
Problems with monitors today. They may just all be dying.
If we could bring the baseball team in now.
Just keep bringing Cal Allen in, I tell you.
We'll take it.
Pretty cool.
And Ms. King is going to read this resolution also.
Commissioners Court Resolution recognizing Cal Allen High School baseball team for a successful season. Whereas the Cal Allen High School baseball team is led by head coach Steve Chapman, assistant coach Joe Luis Chapa, assistant coach Ray Cordona, assistant coach Mark Medina, assistant coach Daniel Zapata, assistant coach Brent Gomez, athletic trainer Lauren Dillon, athletic trainer Chris Armitage, student trainer Hazel Williams, and student trainer Zayla Nava. Whereas the Cal Allen Wildcats baseball team consists of R.J. Cruz, Justin Calderon, Tres Vasquez, Josh Novell, Reese Rusher, Nathan Groves, Drayson Gomez, Aiden Flores, L.J. Huerta, Jaden Martinez, Cody Andrade, Chase Lynch, Gilbert Garza, Angel Acuna, Jagger Baytek, Lucas Sines, Wyatt Duke, Carson Klosterman, Connor Klosterman, Landon Cardona, Sebastian Dennis, Drayton Mitchell, Blake Quinn, Jaden Cruz, Hayden Brock, Kelby Broughton, Matt Lopez, Alex Rodriguez, Michael Garcia, Ethan Stump, Dalen DeBalas, Cass Fila, Cooper Beckton, Collier Carroll, Coulter Portales, Colton Davis, Nick Villanueva, Christian Villarreal, and whereas in 2024, the Cal Allen Wildcats baseball team finished the year with an overall record of 37-10, the Cal Allen Wildcats 7-3 district record clinched their team a playoff berth to go on to state. And now, therefore, it be resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Cal Allen baseball team for a successful season, duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, on this 18th day of June 2024.
Thank you, Ms. King. I'll make the motion to pass.
I make a motion, Judge, I'm sorry.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Coach Chapman, I see you back there. You want to say something about the team?
Good morning, and thank you for having us here today to recognize this team. I tell you what, I'm very, very proud of this group of boys. They overachieved, in my opinion. I tell you what, they're a bunch of great kids, and they've got big hearts, and they play with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of technique. And I tell you what, I couldn't be any prouder of any team that I've ever taken to the state tournament than this team, because of the way that they bonded together and they came together and played as a team and showed what they could really do. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone on the team want to speak? Well, just to start off, we are extremely proud of you as well. And you, the baseball teams, and historically Cal Allen, Coach Chapman, you are not new to this process. You have been very successful, and we're very proud of that fact too. And we wish you great success in the future. We wish you great success in your next years. I know many of you personally as well, with my family out there in Cal Allen, and we were very excited to honor you today.
That's correct, Judge. I also want to congratulate the coach and the young men here that are playing. Have played a hard game in hot weather, and they've done tremendously. And they just keep doing it. And they did it last year, and we're back again this year, and hopefully we'll be back again the following year. So thank you all for what you all do. And I do support Cal Allen because that's where my tax money school goes to. And my grandson Jude plays out there football. So thank you all for working up very hard to get us this recognition here in Corpus Christi, Texas, Nueces County. So thank you, Coach.
Judge, I wanted to add real quick, and I followed the girls as well, but Matt Lopez's mom works with me at the company that I'm at, and it was kind of cool. I was out of the country while this was going on, and every morning I'd get to wake up with a text from her going, "We won, we won." So I followed you even when I was in Europe. So congratulations, you guys did incredibly well, and it was especially nice to see you guys beat Sinton this year. I know that felt good to you guys, and y'all had a great run, and in the whole county, we're all proud of you. I don't represent that area, but believe me, we were following you, and we're all very, very appreciative of how Cal Allen, the girls and the boys, represent this area so very well. So, Coach, again, your success has been longstanding. We probably need to do something to recognize you with all the success you've had, but today it's about this team and these young men and these young women that we saw before. So congratulations, a great run. You guys really did well. Congratulations.
We would like to do a photo with y'all as well up here, if we could get maybe you're all tall. So
And
we
Judge,
can-
I think we need to mention too, there's an outstanding Cal Allen graduate playing in the College World Series right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
So let's continue to give accolades for Cal Allen baseball. You guys have a long-standing legacy of very incredible success.
Yeah, and Coach Chapman, don't be going anywhere. I got a grandson coming up.
Yeah.
He was up there in Nebraska playing too. He's a baseball player. Do you want to come up and do a photo, everybody? Can we get you to come forward? We're going to have to divide up and put some back here, so.
Guys, thank you. Which one of you guys put on this? Yeah, guys, good job. Yeah, buddy. Good job.
Some of y'all come in here too. Come in here too. Yeah, some of y'all come in here. Well, thank you, sir.
Everybody in the photo.
Come on, Coach, get up here.
Used to seeing y'all in.
One, two, three.
Awesome, congratulations.
Coach, good job. Good job.
Item number 3, in recognition of Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Peyton's going to read.
Whereas our elderly or disabled residents are vital and important members of our society, and their wisdom and experience have enriched our lives. And whereas abuse of the elderly and people with disabilities in domestic and institutional settings is a widespread problem affecting hundreds of thousands of people across the country. And whereas in 2023, there was 120,069 complete cases of elderly and disabled persons abuse in Texas, of which 83,737 were confirmed. And whereas elder abuse is grossly underreported because the elderly who are being abused find it very difficult to tell anybody and are usually ashamed and sometimes afraid. And whereas elder abuse happens to men and women of all income levels, all cultural and ethnic groups, whether they are in good health or incapacitated in some way, in poor neighborhoods and in suburbia. And whereas many of the cases investigated by Adult Protective Services in Texas involve self-neglect, and it is our duty as citizens to reach out to people in need. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 to be Elder Abuse Prevention Month in Nueces County, and urges all citizens to work together to help reduce abuse and neglect of people who are elderly or have disabilities. Duly adopted by the vote of Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas on the 18th day of June 2024.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I think Norma Rodriguez is,
Norma's not here, but I'm here, so I'll speak first.
thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marissa Back. I'm one of the subject matter experts for Adult Protective Services. Norma couldn't be with us today because she's from the Valley, and the storms are crazy. So her driving up here probably wouldn't have been good for her. I just want to thank you, Judge, and the commissioners for doing this again for us. Every year y'all do this, and we're always happy to bring our staff down here to celebrate Elder Abuse Awareness Month. And for those of you that don't know, June is Elder Abuse Awareness Month. We have Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which is on the 15th, I believe. But like the proclamation said, it's extremely underreported. For every one report we get, 24 go unreported, and for exploitation of the elderly, it's 1 in 44. So events like this, proclamations, events that we hold as APS, just spread awareness for people who don't know that we exist. They know about our sister, Child Protective Services, but we are under the same department, and we want as much recognition and awareness as they have, because elderly and disabled adults are just as vulnerable as children.
Thank you.
But that's all I have.
Well, we appreciate you being here, and we totally agree, and have to remind people, and if these things like this can help the community be aware as well, we are happy to be a small part in that and raising awareness.
Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. We all do.
Yes. I think we have a proclamation for y'all too. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah,
Commissioner
Judge,
Modas.
just real quick,
Yes.
just my years with CPS, you know, one of the things that you don't think on the adult side is financial exploitation. That's a big part of it. You don't necessarily see that with a minor child, but obviously with anyone 18 and older. And so that's a big part of it. And you become aware, or you feel you see it. And just a reminder, don't be necessarily the investigator if you feel or see that there's something amiss. Call it in and let the experts deal with it. So
Exactly.
you can't stress that enough.
Exactly.
Thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have if y'all want to, your group want to come forward and us.
He got elected.
Thank you guys for all you do.
Thanks, ladies.
Time soon.
Moving on to item F1, we have Dee Hawkins, our Emergency Management Coordinator, going to give us a 2024 hurricane season update. The floor is all yours, Dee.
Thank you, ma'am. Hurricane season 2024, I think most of us have realized by now, is going to be a very active hurricane season. The National Weather Service and NOAA has predicted between 17 and 25 named storms 8 to 13 of them are expected to form into some form of hurricane, and 4 to 7 are expected to reach Category 3 or above. There's an 85% chance that the 2024 season will be well above average this year. A lot of that has to do with a La Nina condition that is expected to develop by the peak season, which will be around August, which likely will reduce that tropical Atlantic vertical wind shear that has kept most of the storms off our coast. The sea surface temperatures are at a record warm level, and the extremely warm sea surface temps are providing for a more conducive environment for hurricane formation and intensification. As we all know, just recently, we were upgraded to a tropical storm warning. That means that we are expecting a tropical storm within 24 to 36 hours. We are expecting that to happen tonight, probably around 9 o'clock. It will be the first storm of the season, Alberto. We are going to have some hazards and impact along the South Texas coast due to the large extent of the storm and the slow moving of the storm. The main threats are going to be moderate to high potential for flash flooding. We're very, very dry here, so until you get that first 1 or 2 inches, it's going to take a while for the ground to get saturated, but once it does, it's probably going to start soaking up everything we get from that point. We're going to have significant coastal flooding. There's a 2 to 3 feet inundation that is expected. Currently this morning, it's already reached the dunes. I would assume by mid-afternoon, it'll probably start making its way to the beach access roads. The wind won't be the main problem here inland. It'll be mainly on the coast. They'll get up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts out there. The minor coastal flooding, as I said, has already begun, and it'll increase significantly through tonight, and the water levels will be expected to remain high through Thursday. The areas that they're looking at that could flood are the low spots along Highway 361 on Mustang and North Padre Islands, the low spots along Park Road 22, low spots on North Beach, Art Museum parking lot, Laguna Shores Drive, the Ocean Drive south of Tamu-CC, Bay Shore Drive in Ingleside on the Bay, Aransas Pass Marina, Fulton Beach Road, and the Highway 316 from Magnolia Beach to Indianola, and the waterfront park areas in Port Arcona and Port Lavaca. So I guess my words of wisdom for me would be that we are going to get rain. There is going to be some moderate flooding in certain places. I've already been in touch with Public Works, our coastal parks, our inland parks. We're prepared. They've been preparing for the storms coming this year by getting rid of the coverts, cleaned up the ditches. So I think that we will be able to handle this rain, but we are on standby. I've elevated the EOC to a virtual level 3, which is just a high readiness level of making sure, and I'll be in touch with the city EOCs in all the cities and the counties. Agua Dulce has asked for sandbags. We've given them a pallet in case they need them. I don't think we're going to need sandbags because I think that once the rain gets going, we will have some minor flooding, but not major flooding. Be prepared. Make sure that you have your backyard, all your things that are lying around, make sure everything's battened down the hatches because there will be wind. It won't be as bad as on the coast, but there will be some wind. So I would take stuff in that you don't want to get damaged or fly around that might damage something. But beyond that, if the roads are flooded, don't drive on them. Turn around, don't drown. You never know what's under that water. There could be objects under there that could damage your vehicle, or you could flood out your engine. We are working with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. They have task force and lifeboats on call for us, so if we have a problem and need to go in and rescue anybody, we do have that ability to do that. So, but I would just say, just be prepared, don't be scared. We'll get through this, and we will take care of everybody in the county, and we'll be on call.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dee.
I guess there are no questions or anything. We appreciate that update, and we scheduled this just for the hurricane season without, at the time, realizing the storm we were going to have in the Gulf. So it just was perfect timing to give us an update and get us started for the season. Moving on to item G, public comment, and let me just say that you, when you go up to the podiums, please speak into the microphone. They cannot hear. You have 3 minutes. There is a timer. Please state your name and address. And we will have JJ De La Cerda up first.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. I just came to inform you that Nueces County Veteran Services, along with Nueces County Commissioner Joe Gonzalez, Nueces County Inland Parks, and NAS Kingsville Command will host a veterans ceremony at Amistad Veterans Memorial Park in Bishop, Texas, this Friday, June 21st at 10 a.m., weather permitting, of course. The purpose of this ceremony is to reach out to the veterans in that community to express that they're never forgotten. We'd also like to take the opportunity to highlight the beautiful park out there and the veterans monuments that were erected a few years ago. We do have flyers on the back table. If you're interested in attending, please join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Flanagan?
Hi, my name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. These are my own opinions. I want to thank you all, Judge and County Commissioners, for the leadership you've shown in making sure that we have free and fair elections here in Nueces County. Myself and a lot of folks got involved after the chaos at the national level after the 2020 election. As a result of some of the changes you've made, such as going to paper ballots, I've worked every election since 2020, and working with the Democrats, Republicans, I'm a Republican judge and worker, there's been widespread bipartisan support for the paper ballots that you all instituted. I know it cost a bit of money. Now, as we prepare, we've had a series of relatively small elections this spring. As we prepare for the November election, which you anticipate a high turnout, the item you have on your agenda to increase the pay for the workers for the elections, going from $12 and $14 to $15 and $18, I think is needed and will be very beneficial to make sure that we have an educated and efficient workforce, plus a large workforce. It's going to be required for the number of people that we anticipate coming out to vote, so they can be handled freely and fairly and in an election with great integrity. And again, thank you all, and thank our County Clerk, Kara Sands, for the wonderful job we've done in Nueces County to making sure we don't have the problems that have plagued a lot of other places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria Holland?
Hello, my name is Victoria Holland, 235 Ohio Avenue. Thank you all so much for making time for the citizen comments today. I want to also go ahead and thank the exemplary work of this Commissioner's Court, this body, and our very excellent County Clerk, Kara Sands, for the work you all do in ensuring that we have successful elections available to all of our voting citizens every single go-around. We are looking at the presidential year, and as we do so, it is so important that we are able to retain the skilled election workers that have experience going and doing the needed work. There aren't but so many that are familiar with the new processes now that we have these new machines that do utilize a paper element. And it's also important that we attract new people that are motivated to learn the new system, to be a part of it. And I think that the proposed increase to the funds provided to attract election workers will do a lot of really great work. Myself and other organizations, we're trying to get out the vote, so we expect a huge turnout, and a huge turnout means we need more election judges and more election clerks. So again, I want to go ahead and thank our county judge, thank our commissioners, and thank County Clerk Kara Sands for all the work that you do in helping us get out the vote and make it a very successful election year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Jones?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity, to speak today. I'm here representing the firefighters.
Can you state your address, name and address
I'm
first?
sorry.
That's okay.
It's 7032 Bartosh Road. I'm here representing the firefighters united against alleged corrupt board of directors at the ESD 4 unit. The following violations of statutes and law are the reason the firefighters at the Blunser Firehouse are proposing a vote of no confidence in the existing board. We would like to have them placed on administrative leave while being investigated pending a formal investigation and criminal charges to be filed within the bounds of the law. We would like Lloyd and Diana Blunser to have their good name restored. And there, I have a list of several items that I will go through. This is not the complete list, though. On January 12th, the board went to executive session and terminated Lloyd and Diana Blunser. Board members stated that Lloyd Blunser was not qualified to be chief, yet he had been qualified for 30-plus years, and the board hired him as a paid chief a year and a half earlier. The board also stated Chief Blunser allowed firefighters to drive equipment without a Class B training on their licenses, leaving the department open to lawsuit. Chief Blunser had made multiple requests for the board, to the board for Class B training and was denied each time. After Lloyd Blunser's termination, the board had a fill-in chief that told the firefighters they could drive without the Class B training on a tanker. Board members addressed Lloyd and Diana Blunser in a rude and hostile manner in the presence of firefighters. On the 13th of January, board members still had not allowed the trucks with the Class B exemption drivers to drive to the Junior Livestock Parade. Training officer at a restaurant overheard a lieutenant on the phone with a former board member discussing firehouse business. The board member was not yet reappointed or sworn in. The training officer is willing to sign a sworn statement to this effect. On the 18th of January, the board held a meeting that was not posted 72 hours in advance to the public. 3 board members were sworn in, conducted business meetings 5 days before swearing in. Humvees had issues with VIN plates being transferred.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Ms.
Okay.
Jones. It's 3 minutes, yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie Washington.
Good morning. Good morning to Judge Scott and commissioners. My name is Julie Washington, and I am the coordinator, Southwest Coordinator for American Federation of Teachers. And I'm very proud to speak to you today in place of Dr. Nancy Vera, who is the proud president of Corpus Christi American Federation of Teachers. If I had to choose one word, it would be proud today. I am proud of the collaboration that we've made with judges, with the Commissioners Court, with the Probation Department, with Oasis School District, and the union to support our children, to support our youth going through this program. This is our 3rd year, and I think we have the best group of children ever. I'm sure when you hear them speak, you will choose the word proud also. Thank you.
Thank you. Isaac Hernandez.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and everyone else. I'm Isaac Hernandez, a junior at West Osa High School, and I will be talking about how our healthcare system and how I wish to change it for the better. Healthcare costs are too high, causing financial stress, and everyone should have access to affordable healthcare. Currently, 50% of U.S. adults struggle with healthcare costs, and 1 in 4 have trouble paying medical bills. High costs delay treatment and worsen health issues. Improving healthcare would keep people healthier, reduce costs, and lower stress. We can make prices cheaper, reduce medication costs, improve online access, increase checkups, and promote healthy habits. Healthcare needs urgent reform to be more affordable and accessible for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Zachary Stafford? If I said that wrong, please correct it. Zachary.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Zakira Stafford, and I'm 17 years old. I'm going to be a senior at West Oso High School. And one thing I wanted to talk about was the hygiene inside of our Nueces County Jail. One thing I noticed while participating in the Youth Government Academy was that a lot of our inmates had poor hygiene, wasn't really taking care of themselves. Some of them may have not had the means and the needs to take care of themselves. Meaning, for women hygiene specifically, a lot of times our bodies are different and they fluctuate. We may have different periods, different flows and things of that nature. And so I think that once a inmate, especially a female, is being booked in, and she's staying over 72 hours, she should be given a paper that tells her when is your flow, when is your next period, when is your next cycle, and how can we help you, what pads, tampons do you need, and given those proper tools to take better care of themselves. That way, when they do go out into the work field and they do make it out one day, that they are able to take care of themselves, they know how to properly cleanse themselves, properly position themselves to be better, and that's going to help them in the long run, getting jobs and things of that nature. And so I think that one thing that we need to better is going to be just and promote is their hygiene overall. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Raquel Vela.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners and everyone else. My name is Raquel Vela, an upcoming senior at West Oso High School. One of the issues in our community is the homeless people. Providing programs for the homeless to help them get jobs, as well as providing housing, especially for the elderly ones that can be admitted into senior citizens facilities to help them out. Also providing educational classes for the ones who didn't receive any education in their lifetime. We also cannot forget our veterans that are living in the streets. They deserve to have a better lifestyle for all the hard work that they have done in the military service. Also, young men and women that are in the streets, either they're gotten kicked out or they are runaways, and we should help them get jobs to get them off the streets. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ira Nelson is marked out, I guess, not speaking. Kim Bridges.
Hi, my name is Kim Bridges, 14882 Tesoro Drive. Thank you so much for having us here to talk about election integrity, which will be strengthened by the raise that you're considering for us. Also want to thank Kara for coming up with the idea to give us a raise, and also for you all considering it. As most of you know, working the elections is a 12 to 14-hour day most of the time. Sometimes it gets to be up to 16 hours. Unfortunately, the only people that can work them are either unemployed people or retired. So when I retired, I decided, okay, I'm going to do my civic duty. Well, this raise is going to do a lot of things for us. One thing it will do is keep our retirees like me involved in working the elections. We have experienced people that have been doing this for 10 to 20 years. I have been really fortunate to have a lot of people come to work with me at Port Aransas and Flower Bluff, and I'm looking forward to moving to other locations as well this November. You may not know this, but there's a lot of hours that go into doing this job that are not paid. I have to get on the phone. I have to talk to 5 to 10 to 20 people before I can finally get 3 or 4 people per day to help me in my location. Then I've got to work through the schedule of who can work when. And then I've got to go pick up the keys at whatever location that we're renting. Then I have to go and set up. And frequently, we have to set up on days that we're not going to get paid. So this raise will definitely help everybody's attitude. It will help keep good people, and it will help our election integrity in Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara Williams.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Barbara Williams. I live at 4023A Oak Bay Drive, and I'm here to talk about our elections that are coming up. I'd like to say that it's been a pleasure, mostly a pleasure working the elections. I've worked it since 2013, and as the one lady said, yes, most of us are retired. We are the ones that would like to keep the elections with integrity. We'd like to keep it with making people feel comfortable coming to the elections, also giving them the information that they need. I'd like to thank the commissioners and the judge for giving us an increase in pay. And I'd like to thank Ms. Kara Sands for working for us and working with us. She makes sure that we have all the information that we need, the equipment that we need, the supplies that we need in order to work an integral election. And so we'd like to thank you from me and my fellow election workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who didn't have the opportunity to sign up for public comment that wishes to do so now? Oh, Priscilla? I'll write your name in for you.
Okay, Priscilla at 900 Perkins. This is actually a public announcement for the residents of Robstown. They will be able to pick up some sandbags at Nueces County Drainage District located at 603 East Avenue A, starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. And that is while supplies last. So, and this is to prepare for the heavy rain that's expected to come. So if you know anyone in the Robstown area, please spread or pass the word around that that is going to be available for them. Sandbags at the Drainage District, 603 East Avenue A. Thank you.
And that's actually today, Judge, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, today. Oh, okay.
Is there anyone online who wishes to speak on public comment? If you do, raise your hand, please. I don't know if I should have made that announcement earlier, but if not, then that ends our public comment section. Moving on to board appointments, H1. Oh, let me let you go out. Judge, did you want to do a comment?
Judge,
Sorry.
is there any way the kids can take a picture with the commissioner's
Sure,
court?
absolutely. Come on up. Mhm. Another photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great job. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for allowing us the use of your court the first day.
We know how to step around.
One, two, three, right here. Jumping in? Okay, ready? One, two, three.
Good job, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Good stuff, huh? No. It's gotta be turned off and turned back on. You're fine. I don't want you to trip or to sit down and you don't know I'm behind you or something. Now, moving on to item H1, the Nueces County Emergency Service District 1. This is for a board appointment. We have
District
one.
6.
Number 6. District 6, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble.
Okay.
One resignation, a letter of resignation received on May the 7th. We have a partial term expiring December 31st, 2025. One application received from Matthew Evans.
That's on H, Judge?
Hmm?
On H?
H1, the very beginning. Sorry.
Nope, my bad.
This is the Bishop area Commissioner Driscoll.
I thought it was Driscoll. Mr. Evans is applying for it, Judge,
Yes.
and, I don't see any problem with it.
Are you making the motion?
I am making,
Yeah.
I am making the motion, Judge.
Second, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Oh, I think I went too low. And the motion passes. Thank you. Are we missing? Are we good there? Sorry. Moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that any of you wish to pull for further discussion? I'll give you a second to do that. I'll adjust my chair.
Judge, I just wanted to point out on N that those were both resignations was the reason that we're not opening applications for all those board members, just for the resignations on, sorry, N1 and N2.
So do you want, yeah,
I don't need to pull it, just
You
want to
don't-
make that
well, just
statement.
make
No,
that
ma'am.
statement.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
Motion to approve, Judge.
Second.
we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to our regular agenda. Item 3A, I want to, Mr. Soleil, is McGriff here for the present? Well, you can bring him next. I'll bring him up next. I was trying to get him in up first, but if he's not in the courtroom, we'll go on with item number 1. Discuss and consider executing a letter of support for the Driscoll Health Plan and all related matters. And I believe that Craig Smith is here to, oh, hello.
Hello, I'm Craig Smith, President and CEO of the Driscoll Health Plan. I'm really here just to answer any questions you might have, but briefly, and we're at 4525 Ayers. The Driscoll Health Plan is what's known as a managed care organization. We help manage the health care needs of Medicaid lives across all of South Texas. We've been doing so for about 20 years in this region, and we're proud to say we're one of the top health plans in the state. Unfortunately, the reason we're here today is that the Health and Human Services Commission, the state of Texas, has decided to move forward without the Driscoll Health Plan starting in September of '25. This is part of a procurement process that we think is extraordinarily flawed. For example, it doesn't take into account any actual performance of the health plans that have been working for the state for these decades now. So what we're doing is protesting these results, and we have reached out to our state legislative leadership. We have support from our entire legislative delegation, bipartisan support to keep Driscoll as one of the health plans operating in this part. Here in Nueces, the impact would be about 350 jobs in terms of a health plan that would go away. We serve about 78% of the Medicaid lives in this part of in Nueces. And so it would be an extraordinary disruption to the healthcare in this part of the state. And so what we're seeking is your support so that we can continue to advocate to the state that Driscoll should remain part of the solution.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and I
you,
assume
Greg.
we all agree. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes, and thank you for being here. I would like to bring up item G1 and receive a presentation only from Mr. McGriff on our healthcare. I believe we're going to pull those items into executive, but I would like for the Commissioners for us all to receive the presentation first. So we're at G1. It's just a presentation, and then we will bring it back. Actually, 2 items that we're going to bring back after executive.
Great. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is John Bass. I'm with McGriff Insurance Services. We're the county's employee benefits consultants. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the county. We've been on board for about 90 days, and we've been doing our due diligence. And this first series of slides you have the hard copies in front of you. It's just confirming the renewal offering for the various carriers for effective October 1st, 2024 for the next planned year. If you could go to the next slide. Thank you, ma'am. So these are the current vendors in place. Boone Chapman is your current third-party administrator, processing medical claims. Script Care is your pharmacy vendor. No change for those. Just to remind the court, we were fortunate. I believe last month this court approved a motion to increase the pharmacy rebates that the county should expect beginning May 1st when they do the pharmacy rebate calculation. So that's good news. Emeritus is your dental and vision carrier. Emeritus has requested an 8.6% increase. We've reviewed the financials. You're coming off a 2-year rate guarantee, and the 8.6% is reasonable based on the current financials. As a point of clarification, that really equates to less than $2 a month increase for an employee, so a relatively nominal amount. No change in your vision plan, no change in your basic life rates, supplemental life rates. Actually, the county received a decrease in its portion that funds for long-term disability and short-term disability. So that you can see at the very bottom is a savings of approximately $39,000 a year to the county. As we know, the employees may buy up to a more richer disability program, both on the long-term and the short-term, and those rates will stay the same. And then no change for what I would call the worksite products, critical illness, accident, and hospital indemnity. All of those programs are through AFLAC, and no change in those rates as well. The next few pages, you can see for yourself the specifics for Boone Chapman. I want to make just a couple of notes here. and apologize for one item. We did successfully negotiate no change in the current fee structure from Boone Chapman, so that's good news. Aetna did want a small increase for accessing their provider network. We were able to negotiate that down. No change on all of these others as well. My apologies, the SPAWN network, which is not listed here, there's no change in that Christus SPAWN network that's also offered as an EPO. No change in the network access fee there. So in sum, no change in your current cost structure for Boone Chapman. The next handful of pages are the actual dental and vision rates through Emeritus. You can see the small increase associated with the deduction, which on a bi-monthly basis is $1.02 per paycheck for dental, for example, if you're employee only, less than $3 for a family, so relatively nominal increase. No change in your vision program. If you go to the next slide, no change in your life insurance programs and supplemental life program. If you go to the following page, you can see the weekly rate per covered payroll is down slightly, so those are good guys to the county. And then if you scroll through on the accident and hospital indemnity and critical illness, you have the specific rates that are charged for those particular programs. Those are employee pay all, they're voluntary programs that the county offers, and those have no change in rates either. Happy to answer any questions. I think all in all, as we have talked with Tim and the insurance committee and others, most of the contracts for the current vendors are up as of 9/30/25. So we'll be working with Tim and others and obviously asking for the court approval to do a request for proposal for all lines of coverage for next year. So I think in the long term, that will be good for the county and good for offering a strong competitive bid process.
You want to speak, Commissioner?
Yes. Thank you for this update and for such a quick turnaround from you all coming on board. I know that we've met several times. You've met with the insurance committee, with us, with the judge, with Mr. Saleh. This has been very helpful, relatively seamless transition, considering our previous consultant had been here for so long and had a great knowledge of what was going on with our work. But I wanted to get your take mainly on page 3, I guess, of the presentation. When you're talking about the rate action, is that standard? I mean, you listed all of the different carriers, administrators that we had for TPA, pharmacy, dental, all of those, and most were no change, one with a slight increase, and the rest were with significant decreases. So is that just a matter of negotiation, persuasion? Do you want to be modest about this? Do you want to take all the credit? But is this standard? Just basically, I guess is my question. Is this standard that anyone can come in and kind of negotiate? What in my opinion is, I've been around insurance committees for a while, and I haven't seen this kind of response. So focus on that, because I think that really should be focused on, because in this day and age with increasing rates across the board, and just every year you add on more, how important is that to us as the county and for individuals?
Thank you for the question. I'll start off by saying we simply went to each of the carriers, talked through their current program, requested that they go back and just look at their financials. McGriff did some overview, did more extensive review with Emeritus with respect to your dental plan. We had our underwriters look at it. The increase from Emeritus is reasonable. You're coming off a 2-year guarantee. You could argue dental trend is in essence 4 to 6% increases, so an 8.6% increase is reasonable. With respect to Boone Chapman's fees, those fees are reasonable. Those fees have been largely the same, I think, for the last handful of years. And then the life rates, you can argue mortality costs, in essence, are going down, meaning people are living longer. So life rates, especially term life rates, are, flattening out and have been. Disability rates are largely dependent upon really your experience, but also sort of the book of business from Aflac. So that was something that I'll give Aflac the credit. They came to McGriff and said we are willing to reduce the county's cost for your portion of both short and long-term disability. So I give Aflac that credit. And then really you don't see a lot of change in rates for what I would call the worksite products, critical illness, accident, hospital indemnity. So I think it's good for the county, long-term to look at these. The best way to really understand the competitiveness of a program is through a competitive bid process. And that's when we work with purchasing and with Tim and the HR team and the insurance committee, and we really do a strong due diligence and really look at more substantially all of your programs, not only just the financials, but we look at the program structure. Is it the right type of benefits for your employees? It's what's the utilization of each program, et cetera. So I sort of cautiously optimistic that we may have more improvements as we go through that RFP process in terms of your administrative costs. So I feel like that will be something we can bring you good news to, but we just have to go through that process and just let the market respond back to the county's RFP.
Any other questions? We don't have a vote. We're going to take this into executive and bring this back. So thank you for being here. Moving on to item 3A2.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Oh, go ahead.
He has another presentation on the
Oh,
actual.
the other presentation? Yes, go ahead. Sorry. I thought you just weren't going to say anything about that. I knew I had to.
Now we get to the fun part
You said
now.
you were through.
But would you like to take that into executive, or would you like to present that here in court?
County Attorney?
I would have to know what I can step outside in the hallway and ask him what it is that he's referencing.
I've got this right here.
It's the employee and employer contribution rates for 24-25.
That we'll be voting on. You want to step outside?
In order to give
Step
any guidance,
outside.
I need more information.
Yeah, okay. While you're stepping outside, we'll bring it right back up if we need to. I'm going to move on to item 2. Forrest is here. Recommend the court's approval of a plan to return or surplus the 2 trailers to Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council. I'll let you take over.
Morning, Judge. Forrest Mitchell for the record. The reason why I'm here today is that we have 2 mass casualty trailers that were issued to us or given to us by the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council as well as the Southeast Texas Regional Advisory Council. We've had these for, about 15, almost 20 years, and they are ending their service life. Despite our best efforts to get them ready in advance of the hurricane season, neither are currently operational. And so since this was received pursuant to a mutual aid agreement, I'm coming back to the Commissioner's Court to seek permission to return those to the agency that gave them to us for the purposes of a mass casualty event. In the interim, I would propose seeking the approval of the court to work with the county attorney's office should we need any additional capacity for refrigerated storage, to work with our local funeral homes that are willing to participate in any kind of emergency situation during a declaration of disaster. So,
And I understand our new facility will be much larger space. There'll be 2 places or something there for storage for this kind of situation, and that you already have communication with other of our funeral homes and the, I guess, MOUs, we already have those in place or something, or your
that's correct,
communication
Judge.
back and forth. So it's not going to put us in a bind even to get rid of these while you're saying they're not working. They need a lot of work, but we will be able to handle anything that comes our way.
Yes, Judge, I think that's correct. The new facility that we broke ground on last month will have actually 2 coolers, which will have extended capacity. And so I think in the future, we won't need these as well. But we want to partner with our local funeral homes if at all possible, if we needed additional capacity.
I would make the motion to pass with
Second.
the thank
Discussion,
you,
Judge.
serious thank you to the ones that donated these to us, the generous offer. And Commissioner Matos would like to speak. We have a
So,
motion and a second.
Obviously, I get it because they're past their lifespan. But a community of our size, I mean, I know that you made arrangements to be able to use the local funeral homes. I guess you never know when you need something of this nature, and it's usually unannounced events, unplanned, unexpected events. It's not a hurricane or even a tornado, something typically man-made action. Look at Uvalde, look at Oklahoma City, look at places like that. I mean, you never are quite prepared. I mean, I knew people who were from this area that got called to Uvalde to have to deal with that. So I guess, I mean, God forbid, God totally forbid that ever happen. I mean, it would be on a level that we would never expect. So do you think it's a good strategy that we don't have to replace this?
Let me
I mean,
just say,
we'll make this happen with what we have in our local resources then.
Well, Commissioner,
As far as the two.
these
right?
trailers are incredibly expensive. They're
Right.
in excess of $100,000 each. I think we priced them at about $140,000 each. And if we exceed our capacity, our local capacity for these purposes, we would then have to reach out to our partners and stakeholders at the state level who could potentially get us additional capacity if needed. And I would, of course, partner with Dee in those circumstances.
Sure.
Yes, sir, we have the state level support, so if we had a mass casualty
Right.
here, we could request.
Microphone, please. Can't hear.
We could request from the state resources that would help fill those gaps, in addition to having MOUs in place with local funeral homes. Part of the problem is these were given, and they were already like 20 years old when we got them. And it's costing like $6,000 to $7,000 every time something breaks. So that's affecting theirs, because the MOU with CBRAC and us states that as long as we have them, we are responsible for repairing them. So this is one way we can get out of that leaking money pit and put things into place that we think will hold us over for that year until they're up and running and have the capacity that we would need.
And I guess that's my overall question, is more bit of a scenario that I present, is that we will have coverage. I mean, things of that nature, just no one ever expects or plans for, and praise never happens. But that we do have partnerships in place locally and even regionally, statewide, that will be able to provide those assets if ever needed. So, and I totally agree. I mean, we got to cut off any expenditures of funding that it's just kind of going into something that we're never quite using in the infrastructure or vehicles that are way past their shelf life. So, all right. Thank you for answering my question.
I think that what Mr. Forrest was trying to say earlier, I think it's been a while, those 20 years is a long time, you know, and I think that, like the trailer we had out there before that we took out, after a while, your expense is higher and fixing it than trying to buy a new one. You probably would have bought a new one by now, but anyway, we still managed to have it. And I think that if something happens and we have a contract with a local, you know, funeral homes, I think it'd be a lot safer, a lot probably more sure that, you know, we're going to preserve those bodies and everything else. Because if we have bodies in that trailer and something happens and then goes out, then now we're looking for something else. So I agree with your scenario. I think that's great. I think it's time that we do this. You know, maybe we can buy one down the road. You know, so, but anyway, you know, my motion, my second is that we agree with your request.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Continuing, and then we're still outside, so I will move on to item number 3. Discuss and consider award and execution of a contractor agreement with Callan Marine Limited for Bob Hall Pier restoration. Commissioner Chesney, this is your item, or
Yes, I'm gonna let,
Michael Robinson, is he gonna?
yeah, I'm gonna let them start it, and I'll jump in as well, Judge.
Perfect.
I'll do the process. On May 22nd, the court conditionally selected Callan Marine for Bob Hall Pier reconstruction contingent on value engineering. This item is to approve that resulting agreement. The recommendation is to award and execute a contractor agreement with Callan Marine Limited for Bob Hall Pier reconstruction, IFB number 3275-24, in the amount of $22,710,869, and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement, subject to legal review by the county attorney. And immediately thereafter, direct the program manager, LAN, and Coastal Parks director to meet with the contractor to issue a notice to proceed. And Coastal Parks recommends approval.
Judge, I'd make a motion to pass for discussion.
I'll second motion. So we have a motion and a second.
Judge?
Scott, do you want to
Yeah, we
speak?
can-
Sorry.
Either way, let me,
Scott.
I'll just do it real quick and then see what questions anybody might have. And Scott's here. We got a lot of people here. John Michael's here, and Shane Torno's here, and Scott Cross is here, and Callan's here. We appreciate it. Judge, I want to just tell you that this was really a Herculean effort to get this done, and I want to thank all of those people that I just mentioned. Parks Board were involved, the Hanson Engineering, Freeze Nichols, Callan was a big player in this, Land with Scott Harris, as well as Scott Cross. Myself, we worked on this, and a lot of work was done actually while I was gone as well. And we were able to come back with significant cost savings, and we're really not even done on this. This is just the round one. We're going to continue value engineering once we get this contract signed to see if we can find some additional savings. One of those areas that I'm very interested in is from switching from steel to concrete. We believe that will significantly reduce the cost, but we were not able to get all of that done between now and then to get this back on so that we can sign a contract with Callan and continue to do the value engineering. There was a lot of backup provided for you in this agenda item. The main really one that it can kind of cut to the chase is the June 14th letter to Mr. Robinson from Land that was provided to the court that shows exactly where the cost savings are, and that we have value engineered this to the point at which we have not changed in any way, shape, or form the quality of the top of the pier, if you will. We really wanted to make sure that the diamond head was kept in place, because that is not only a cool design, but it also is going to help with storm surges and things of that nature and help protect. This was a 100-year storm design pier, which hopefully we won't have a lot of 100-year storms, but that is a very high level of design structure. It's wider. It's got a lot of neat features that we're really excited to put this out there for the public when they do it. And if you'll note, the eliminations of the cost savings were 1.53976, which puts us today at $76,946,000 under budget. And we intend to, again, as I said, go back and look at some other things that will require some additional engineering work, and that's why we were not able to get any farther on it today. But we made significant progress in a very short period of time. And again, I can't say enough how much I appreciate all of those involved. Jacobs Engineering as well, who was involved. I apologize, I didn't mean to leave anybody out. Sometimes when you start listing people, you forget to list people. But this community's waited for this for a long time, and we're finally ready to go forward and get this moving. So if people have questions, a lot of people here to answer them. If you don't, then we can move forward. Sorry.
Any questions? This looks great to me. So if there are no questions or discussion, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 4, discuss and consider acceptance and approval of a no-cost and no-match grant award from the Texas General Land Office for the expansion of public boardwalk access and additional birding habitat at the Packery Channel Nature Park. Mr. Scott Cross now.
Recommend approval, not costing you anything.
Make the motion.
Judge, I'd make the motion
Oh,
to
I
pass.
thought I said I make the motion. Sorry, I've got a cough.
Oh, you did second? I'm sorry. My
No,
bad.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Judge, just want to, again, compliment Scott Cross and the efforts of the Parks Board in regards to getting this amount, this grant for I don't want to overlook this, it's 3.346 million for the expansion of the public boardwalk access and additional birding habitat at the Packery Channel Nature Park. And there is no cost to the county because of the grant that Scott Cross and his staff were able to attain. So I want to make sure we don't blow through that. That's a significant amount of money, and we couldn't do this without the efforts of the Parks Board and the Parks Director.
Thank you, and I'm probably going to pump the brakes on some of these grants for a while, because all of them are coming in, and you got grant admin stuff that's got to be dealt with, and if I don't find somebody to do it, then we got to do it, and grant admin is just as heavy lifting as writing the grant, so.
Absolutely.
You might not going to see me coming in here with any more of them too anytime soon.
Well, we appreciate what you do. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 5, discuss and consider the final change order and payment to Mako Construction LLC for work completed to restore the IB McGee multipurpose facility.
Yes, ma'am, we're ready to close that project out, Commissioner Chesney.
So am I.
Okay, so anyhow, this is kind of like the final cleanup change order with all the other little things that have come up that, unknown conditions when we got in that building. And so, as you know, we just moved in there a couple of months ago, and I wanted to make sure everything was accurate. Scott Mears has looked at this. I've looked at this. I've actually had a meeting with Mako and questioned some of the items, and they removed them on our behalf as a result of me negotiating this with them. So it's reduced the cost, but this ends everything once y'all approve it. And the budget is there. This is still part of the insurance monies that we had. And so there's more than enough there to cover this.
Judge, I'd make the motion to.
Please repeat that last part again.
The budget is there.
The insurance part.
The insurance monies. Yeah, these are from the insurance proceeds that y'all allowed me to move over to IB McGee, and you also allowed me to move some at Padre Bay to fix the outside of those buildings. And they were all related to Hurricane Harvey. So.
Judge, I would make the motion to pass and approve the final change order and payment to Mako Construction.
Did you second that, Commissioner?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, discuss and consider approval of a no dune protection permit for Nueces County Bob Hall Pier replacement project. BMAC Chair recommends approval.
Recommend approval. You got anything you want to add? Oh.
Go ahead, since you're here.
Judge, again, this is very clearly articulated in the background.
Yes.
It's provided by Coastal Parks, and I would make a motion to approve the no dune protection permit for Nueces County Bob Hall Pier replacement project.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 7, discuss and consider approval of no dune protection permit required for proposed single-family residence at 162 La Concha Boulevard. And they recommend, BMAC recommends approval as well. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Just want to get my
opposed?
money's worth out of her.
Same sign. The motion passes, and good notes there on the thing. Appreciate that very
Yeah,
much.
great backup. Thank you all.
Yes. Item number 8, receive presentation of the 2022-23 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report to the court by Lisa Davis.
Can we just do number 9 real quick? I know at least today is gonna take a little longer, but,
Okay,
so, I know people are waiting to hear about that, but
they're waiting to hear about that.
Yeah.
Well, let's bring up item 3A9, discuss and consider setting the pay rate for the November 5th, 2024 general election.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Now going back to item number 8 on the comprehensive financial report.
Judge, I just want to make a comment too. I do want to say I appreciate the county clerk taking this on and doing this, and all those folks that came and spoke on it, because it's definitely, we're very lucky to have such great elections in this county, and we need to pay these workers, so I appreciate you doing that. Sorry, my apologies for
Yes.
not
I
jumping in
don't think
quick enough.
there's any. Jenny's coming back in real quick. Are we going to receive the other presentation, or are we holding off on that?
I could have 5 minutes with you, Judge.
I'll let Lisa start her presentation then, and we'll do that. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. I respectfully submit the presentation for the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2023 for your consideration and approval. The comprehensive annual financial report has been prepared in accordance with the accounting principles generally accepted in the United States as required by the Government Accounting Standards Board and have been audited in accordance with the generally accepted standards in the United States by Patillo Brown and Hill, a licensed CPA firm. Next slide. During this presentation, I will discuss the financial reporting objectives, the financial highlights, the government-wide financial analysis for the net position, the net pension liability, the government-wide financial analysis for changes in net position, revenues, and expenses, a financial analysis of the government funds, change in fund balance by fund, and then an in-depth look at the general fund over multiple years, fund balance, an impact for the future, and then I'll let a representative from Patillo Brown and Hill speak regarding the external audit results. Okay. The financial reporting objective, you're there. The financial reporting objectives remain the same every year: to provide information to determine whether the prior year revenues were sufficient to pay the prior year expenses, to demonstrate whether resources were obtained and used in accordance with the county's legally adopted budget, and to provide information to determine whether the county's financial position has improved or deteriorated as a result of the year's operations. Next slide. The county's government-wide total assets and deferred outflows, excluding component units, at the fiscal year end exceeded its liabilities and deferred inflows of resources by $114,252,823 as a result of an increase in net position of $7,877,740, or 7.41% compared to the previous year. The general fund total fund balance of $25,782,284 reflects a very slight decrease of $17,238 from the previous fiscal year. The balance of the general obligation debt was $186,185,766, with the debt service fund balance at year end of $4,487,000, which is 28.19% of the next year's debt service fund requirements.
So what was our actual fund balance?
The fund balance, I have another slide that's going to have all of the fund balances for every fund as well as the general fund.
The government-wide financial statements are designed to provide a broad overview of the county's finances in a manner similar to that of a private sector business. They present the financial picture of the county from an economic resource measurement focus using the accrual basis of accounting. These statements include the assets of the county and the liabilities. Additionally, certain adjustments have occurred to eliminate duplications regarding interfund activities such as premiums charged by the self-insurance fund, transfers, receivables, and payables. The county's government-wide assets exceeded the liabilities at the close of the fiscal year for a total net position, as previously stated, of $114,252,823. Again, that's an increase of 7.41% or $7.877 million from the previous fiscal year. Net position may serve over time as a useful indicator of a government's financial position. Next. The net pension liability balance measured as of December 31st, 2022 was $27,033,691. There were no changes in assumptions or other inputs that affected the measurement of the total pension liability during the measurement period, and there were no changes of benefit terms that affected the measurement of the total pension liability during that same measurement period. Next slide. Both revenue and expenses increased when compared to the previous fiscal year. Total revenues increased by $2.636 million, while total expenses increased by $5.842 million. The net position, again, ultimately increased $7.877 million when compared to the previous fiscal year end for a total balance of $114.252 million. Next slide. The total revenues, as I just stated, had increased the $2,636,621. The main contributors to those increases were the property tax that increased a total of $9,455,212 due to various increases in property values. There was also a significant increase in investment earnings of $8,973,792. This increase is mainly attributed to the effects of the Federal Reserve raising the federal rate to help reduce inflation throughout the country. Operating and capital grants and contributions actually decreased by $4.4 million, and so did the charges for services that decreased $8.96 million. The total expenses increased by $5,842,356, which is 2.66%. The largest increases in expenses were in general government, which were due to increases associated with the implementation of GASB 96. The next slide is a visual representation of both program revenue and expenses by function of government. As you can see, the expenses for most areas exceed the program revenue, as property taxes are the main revenue source for the county. Next slide. Next slide. Commissioner, this is the table that I was referring to. This is a table representation to provide a quick overview of the operating funds and capital fund ending fund balances at both 9/30/22 and 9/30/23. The year-over-year increase or decrease of the fund balance and the percentage of the 9/30/23 fund balance is of the budgeted revenues and transfers in. As you can see, the general fund balance at 9/30/23 was $25,782,284, which was a increase of $17,240. Next slide. Okay. The next slide is a pie graph visually displaying the general fund revenues. As you can clearly see, the largest general fund revenue source is property tax. Next slide. This slide is a focused look at the general fund balance over multiple fiscal years. As you can see, for the last 4 fiscal years, our fund balance has remained consistently at around $25 million. Our current target for the fiscal year ending 9/30/23 was $28,163,793. So our ending fund balance fell short by approximately $3 million.
And in comparison to other counties similar to us, we're at the bottom of the barrel. Everyone else's fund balance is
Significantly higher. Yes.
I just don't understand, back here on number 11. You know, we said, general fund, 25,765,044. And there's a decrease, it was an increase, but then on 9/30/23, there's not been very much difference. And this is a transfer in, 22.89%. What do you mean transfer in?
No, sir, I'm sorry. That's the percentage of the total budgeted revenues and transfers in. So that's the percentage that the ending fund balance is of your total budget for both revenues and transfers in.
Well, I'm just reading you what's in here. I'm not adding anything else to it. That's what I was asking, because when you have so they're all actually being above everything that's, and it's like the stadium and the fairgrounds. Is that 1,305,000 or 100,000? What is 24%? Is that a loss or is it a revenue?
I'm sorry, where do you see 24%?
Stadium and the fairgrounds.
Okay, so the stadium.
Page 11.
Okay, I'm on page 11. The stadium and fairgrounds, the 9/30/22's ending fund balance was $1.901 million. There was an increase of $95,000 to the ending fund balance for 9/30/23 of $1.997 million. The percentage that fund balance is of the upcoming year's revenues and transfers in is the 1,305.25%. Because remember, we decreased the transfers in to the stadium and fairgrounds for the current fiscal year.
Are you saying they're on the red or not? I don't understand what's on the red and what's on the red here. Because you go by percentages, so I really don't know what's above and what's over. So I want to know who's in the red, who's not in the red. You know, if we got, all the stuff you gave us to us yesterday, man, I don't even have time to read it, but, it shouldn't have gotten it to us last Friday or Thursday or something. And I'm not going to vote for this thing today because I haven't even seen this whole thing. But I'm really concerned, the revenues, we kept talking about 28 all this time, and now it's 25. So I don't know, I know we lost 3, but I remember that last time we talked about it in the meeting, we gained 3. We put 3 million somewhere else, and I never got the answer where we put those 3 million, so this is really, really confusing to me the way it is right now. I'm sorry, but it's maybe just me.
And it's only a presentation. We don't have to vote on it. So it's just.
Okay, I wouldn't vote on it. I wouldn't vote on it anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's gotta be more clear than this to me. I mean, sorry.
Yes, sir.
And I've asked you for information, Lisa, for I don't know how long, from your department, and I haven't gotten it. Now, you know, I've requested like 2, 3 times, and,
Information for the fiscal year end, sir?
information for the, for year end on funding, and especially on the fees and fines that were collected and the revenues, you know, and where's it going to, and where's it spent? And,
Sir, that's what this presentation is. It's
Well, I don't-
showing
I
you,
don't see
here's
it
your
here.
general
I
fund
don't-
revenues. That was slide 12.
Where's the, I was talking, where was the JP funds revenues, the fees that were collected, and what account they're going on to, and who's using that money? That's what I wanna know. I sent you that email, very clear, asking you what I wanted.
If that information has not already been forwarded to you, I do happen to have that already prepared, and I can forward that to you again. I actually just recently distributed that at the Board of Judges meeting, so I can provide that to you as well, sir.
No, I haven't gotten it, so I'm sorry.
Is that the end of your presentation? No.
Just the impacts for the future. As you might be aware, on December 14th, 2022, Nueces County did sign a contract to begin converting its enterprise resource planning software from One Solution to Workday. The Nueces County had an 11-month conversion period, ending with an implementation date on January 1st of 2024. This conversion did affect and will continue to affect our monthly, quarterly, and annual reporting. Due to financial constraints, Nueces County was compelled to implement this conversion with a much shorter time frame than had been recommended.
Well.
And I'm going to turn it over
Hold
to
on,
the
hold
external.
on. Let me just say, 'cause I'm not finished yet here. You know,
Oh.
I'm really frustrated, that we get reports late, you know, and I don't know how y'all got triple A's or any, with awards and all that. I mean, you're always late to us. I mean, you're always behind. You're always, so I don't understand that, you know, like who's grading what or who's grading who. But this has been a nightmare to all of us as far as this workday thing. I can't even get my reports that I want from different people because they, you know, so we made a bad choice here, I would think. Maybe not, but I think, I would think, if we can't get what we want, you know, when we used to get what we want with no problem, you know, now it's hard time to get what we want. So somebody made a bad choice here, and now we gotta have a software over a software to get the things we want. So, you know, I'm just, when I ask for something, I like to have it, you know, and I don't wanna wait a month for it, or come to Commissioner's Court and say I don't have it, so, I mean, this is just me, I don't talk to nobody else, but.
I think we all feel the same way about Workday right now, but I believe the auditor's office feels very similar about Workday right now. They've put in a lot of hours for that, but hopefully we're on the end of that transition and going to be better reports and easier on y'all and providing us with information that we need. So I know it was a quick transition.
It was an extremely quick transition, which is what we were trying to convey in that last slide. 11-month implementation is extremely fast. And whenever you're implementing software that quickly in order to save financial resources.
I totally understand,
it's
but I gotta
difficult.
say, and Commissioner's defense as well, we have to have information. We cannot
I
function.
completely and
moving forward
100%
without
agree.
Information, so I'm glad that hopefully we're on the downhill slide of that transition and we can get that information quickly. I looked at some of these numbers and some of the stuff that we've done, and, you know, moving forward, we have to be able to make decisions, and we can't make decisions without numbers. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Actual numbers, yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, that Workday came from you all, highly recommended that it was gonna be better, and, you know, we would get information faster, but we could do away with some things. It hasn't worked out that way.
Ultimately, I believe that in the end, whenever we look back 5 years from now, information will be much easier to access. It's that transitional period where you're going from an old historical legacy system. A lot of the reports that y'all are used to receiving weren't made in our financial system. Somebody typed all of those reports by hand every week. So we had the same information getting keyed by four more different employees in Nueces County. And it's extremely repetitive, and it's a waste of your resources.
Well,
By
and all of that is
converting,
really neither here nor there. We have spent way too much money on this. It has to work. And moving forward, we all have great frustration with this, but we need it to work, yes.
and I agree, it needs to be accurate, it needs to work correctly.
Commissioner Chesney had a comment as well.
Just a couple of comments. Back on, and I don't disagree with anything the judge or Commissioner Gonzalez has said, just for the record. So, but number 11, on page 11, it shows that we've increased our fund balances in a lot of categories, but the main one that we've decreased in is capital projects. And is that because we've performed the capital project?
Yeah, you're spending the money that you had in a fund balance. So you had a higher fund balance, you spent more than what came in, and so therefore you're spending the funds on those capital projects. That's the whole purpose of a capital projects fund, is to spend it down.
Right, so I think that just needs to be pointed out, because in looking at this, it can look a little deceiving, like that we've done something wrong on this capital projects going down. That was the point I was making, is that's a natural occurrence, because if you look at the majority of the categories, saving inland parks and coastal parks, and I think coastal parks, because they did the 15% budget decrease last year, and I think that had a lot to do. They were one of the few departments that did the actual percentage of what we asked for departments to do, and so theirs went down for reasons that related to the budget. Inland parks went down, but the other categories, we went up on our fund balance on the airport, we went up on our fund balance on the law library, we went up on our fund balance on the stadiums, we went up on our fund balance for road and bridge, we went up on our fund balance on the debt service, and we went up on our fund balance for general fund. Not very much, mind you, and so that's definitely, something we all have to look at. But I do think it's a, and I don't mean that anybody did it deceptively on purpose, but it looks as though, with this number that 38,940,000%. 40,000%. But I think we need to have a little asterisk on that to show exactly what that means, because that one should be going down. And that's to put that in the same category as these others that should be going up is a little, it's a little deceiving, and it makes it look as though we've done something that wrong when really we haven't, because when you have capital projects, you're going to spend them down, and as they go away, you're not going to have a fund balance because the project's all spent out. So I would hope that we would maybe look at that when we're doing this report, is maybe put a star by it, or something that, because it's different than the rest of them.
The percentage has nothing to do with the change. The percentage that's displayed in the fourth column on slide 11 is a percentage of the 9/30/23 fund balance to the budgeted revenues and transfers in.
I understand,
And
but what I'm
so,
saying is this
because
looks as
there's
though
no-
we decreased our fund balance, and that's a bad thing, but it's a natural thing. In other words, that 14 million is what makes up the bulk of the fact that there's been a decrease in our fund balances, and the bulk of that is what should have been decreased.
And so the reason for the 38,000% of the budgeted revenues and transfers in for capital projects is because there is no budgeted revenues or transfers in material for capital projects.
Right. So
And so if there isn't a high, it's, all you do is spend fund balance in capital projects unless you issue new debt.
It just needs to be pulled out and explained in a different slide, because I think it's deceptive to the public to make it look like, we've done something wrong when we haven't. That's a natural occurrence. So that's all I'm saying, is I would appreciate that we look at how we present and point things out, because I think that is a little off to me. And then my second question or question or comment on 13, Our policy is to have a 25% fund balance reserve, or fund balance, I call them reserves, fund balance, the same thing. So what's our, and I'm sorry, I don't have that off the top of my head because I don't have it here. What is our general fund? A million, I mean, 103 million, 105 million, I can't remember. What is the general fund budget? That's what I'm looking for.
From the beginning of, or the end of last year?
Well, our fund balance right now is 25,782. Our target is 28,163. So I can do the math, or someone can just tell me. Our general fund budget is how much?
For 9/30/24,
Well, yeah, to get to this target 28 million. It's 110 million, 100, in other words, I think our policy is to have a 25% fund balance, right?
That's correct.
So-
That's correct.
Like I said, I can do my reverse math,
At the end of
but,
the year, we did not meet that.
That's correct. We did
Yes.
not meet
This is
that.
from last year, we did
right,
not
so
meet
what's
it.
the general fund budget? 100 and, I guess I can sit here and do it. I just figured you'd know that. Sorry, let me just, so 100 and,
116, what was it? What, last year?
110
I don't have it in front of
million,
me.
maybe. I'm just kind of guessing here, just to see, times 0.25. So it's about 110, 112 million is our general fund budget?
That would have been our 9/30/23 general fund budget, yes. Revenues.
So about 111, 112 million, which is up, because 25,782,000 used to meet the goal, or it was pretty close. And so our general fund budget went up.
Yes, the budgeted revenues for 9/30/23 did go up. That's
And
correct.
was that all growth? Because we didn't pass, we passed the no new tax rate, so we didn't raise taxes.
That was in the 9/30/24 that we passed the no new revenue rate. In 9/30/23, we did the full rollback rate plus the, oh gosh, the term just left me, the unused increment. So in 9/30/23, we significantly, we increased the tax rate for 9/30/23.
So even though we increased the tax rate in '23, we didn't increase it enough to hit the reserve budget of 28 million? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is for '23, not for '24, so we don't have the effect of '24 on here. This is, which was the no new tax rate. So this is with raising taxes in '23. We still didn't meet the 25% in '23. So this is,
That's correct.
okay. Okay, that's what I'm just clarifying. So this is, even raising taxes, we didn't meet the 25% threshold. Okay.
We still have a representative from Patillo Brown and Hill that'll discuss slide 15.
The what?
Discuss slide 15.
Discuss slide 15. Patillo Brown and Hill, our external auditors, are here to discuss their findings and results.
Good morning. My name is Jacob Bowman. I'm an audit supervisor with Patillo Brown and Hill. Here to present the results of the annual audit for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. So every year, local governments are required to receive an annual financial statement audit. And the primary objective, simply is for us to issue an opinion on the financials in front of you. All the statements, numbers in the annual comprehensive financial report, are they accurate? Are they free of material misstatement? So throughout, many months, weeks, we look at a lot of different things, do a lot of procedures, analysis, apply governmental auditing standards on the books and the statements, and to make sure they're in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. So I'll go ahead and spoil it for this year. Once again, the county received an unmodified opinion, a clean opinion. Out of the 4 kinds of opinions that we offer, an unmodified is the best. This doesn't necessarily mean absolute assurance, looking at every single dollar, every transaction. I'm sure they would get a little bit old of us after a while if we were to do that. But what the accounting standards say is that we are providing a reasonable assurance that the financials here are free from material misstatement, which is really good. In addition to the financial statement audit, we're also concerned with internal controls related to financial reporting, because how can we trust the numbers if the processes going into those numbers can't trust it? So we do a variety of testing, discussions with various county offices, and happy to say that with internal control over financial reporting, no findings, no issues, everything's good, no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. And then a kind of a tertiary objective of these annual audits are things that we call a single audit. So if the county expends enough federal grant money or state grant money, we as auditors required to go in, look at some of the bigger grants, test them really in depth, looking at detailed transactions, federal and state compliance, laws and regulations. And for the one federal program we tested this year, which was ARPA, and the one state program we tested, did not see any issues of noncompliance, no findings, no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies there either. So across the board, from our audit perspective, all good news for all three of the kind of opinions that we issue. A lot goes into an audit. We ask a lot of county auditor's office, taking a look at a lot of documentation, various meetings, and it's a big task. So very much want to say thanks to the county auditor's office, all the other departments for getting us what we need when we needed it. And as if it's difficult enough during a year, software conversion makes things tricky, and likewise implementing significant new accounting standards like we did this year with GASB 96. And then I would kind of add the cherry on top to this, at least speaking about the annual comprehensive financial report. Last year's report for year ended September 30, 2022, received the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Governmental Finance Officers Association. Really good. And then hopefully this one will too. We're sure that they'll get the award once again. A lot goes into making this report. It's quite impressive they can get the award year after year. So that was just kind of a brief summary of the results of our audit. I'm going to open up to court, judge, any questions you guys might have on the audit or the annual comprehensive financial report.
I wanted to ask you about what is your experience, or what is the standard considered best practice as far as time frame to get an annual finance report to the governmental entity? What is the standard for municipalities or for county levels? Is there a standard?
There is a standard. Usually it's 6 months after year end is when for the report to be reviewed by the GFOA, the kind of reporting body for the report itself. But circumstances like COVID changed that timeline significantly these last few years. Software conversions as well, we're able to get extensions there, and implementing new GASB standards. But from year end, on average, for most larger entities, it's 6, but the last few years, the average across the board, in my experience, has been longer than 6 months. And I can say that for multiple entities. So there's some challenges there, of course, but in the end, things looked good, and we would prefer that in the end.
So I guess, I mean, I share the concerns. We obviously want to get these numbers as quickly as possible, considering what Nueces County has transitioned over to within the last 12 months or so. It's perfectly reasonable to say that between April and June, a couple of months, is probably an average indicator of what other governmental entities are going through.
Yes, and especially with software conversion and going from an old system to a really new system. I've seen a lot of those over the few years, various entities from tiny schools to large cities. And it's a lot, and especially getting the information to go into the report, getting all lined up, making sure it's a smooth transition is a huge task. So I can't highlight that enough. But what we're seeing here with the county and the timeline there, I would say, given circumstances, is normal and expected.
That's good to know. That's one of the things I've wanted to make sure that we brought up. It's not a permission slip to allow delays, and I definitely do share the concern with how the funding was reported for the capital projects. But overall, we know that we ask our audit department to do a lot, and then considering that our chief auditor is out of pocket, then that adds more of a burden. So I appreciate the work that they're doing, but we know we still have a lot of work to go ahead and move forward on reporting, documenting, and ensuring that it's accessible. Good to know that before those reports were being done by individuals, and hopefully, like you said, that they will be easier. I know we're going through the transition time right now, and that's when we notice it the most, and that's when it's going to be most of the burden. But I think we're all going to appreciate going into the future having that accessibility to that data pretty much at a moment's notice based on whatever our whims want, right? For the most
Exactly.
part. So, yeah. Thank you.
See any more questions at this time?
Thank you very much for
All right,
being
I
here.
appreciate your time, and thank you again, everyone.
Let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
I didn't want to, but I guess.
Yes,
I will.
sir.
The external audit results, and I can, if you would probably sit in my position, you'd probably be thinking the way I'm thinking, right? Because you want something, you need it now, right? So, and I can't agree with some of your audit results, sorry, but no personal offense. But when you said no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses or for compliance, internal controls, I mean, you heard us all morning, we're talking about deficiencies, we're talking about controls. So there's an issues here that somebody is not looking into, or not making a thorough audit about. So, I mean, if you were sitting in the shoes that I'm sitting in right now, that you want to, how do you issue another budget for next year if you don't know what you have until 6 months later? I mean, that's, for me, I might as well work two budgets at one time. So it's hard for us to make decisions, and it's not like it's a big city, a big government, it's a county, that we have, but we need to take care of business. We can't take care of business now, we gotta take care of business in 6 months, we gotta do it in the next 3 months. So we have to have things before us before 6 months. So it's not like it's okay that everybody can't give it to you because, well, that's the process. But at one point, we need to have those numbers so we can actually do the right things for this government. So, and then perform tests and controls such as disbursements. Well, I can't disagree more than I just agreed this morning. Because with the disbursements here had not been what they're supposed to be. So I don't know what they're giving you, who's giving it to you, or whatever, but, I think the audit doesn't go far enough to, to check what are actually the controls that we're dealing with here. This is just my opinion, okay? So,
I can certainly speak to that just for a moment. So with specifically control testing related to financial reporting and stuff like that, we look at samples. So we're not testing every single department, every transaction. We're looking at a small sample representative of the year as a whole as the auditing standards require. So this year, in our testing, detailed testing at the transactional level, we did not see any issues of internal control non-compliance. That may just be the sample. I mean, what you may be saying is true, but we can only speak to what we've sampled in the discussions that we had with staff. So in our experience this year and the prior years, we were able to issue that clean opinion over internal control. But if Judge Commissioners feels like that's not the case, certainly, expand that detail for specific reasons as you mentioned. But for this year, we didn't notice any in the sample that we tested, the multiple samples.
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I think we're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys again.
Are we going to continue with, you want to continue with your presentation that we stopped you on with the county approval?
Yeah. While we're waiting here to pull that presentation up.
This is on item G1, the healthcare deal, the second presentation.
The other one.
The other one?
Yes, ma'am.
No, the other one.
Is that the one under HR? No. That one?
No, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, good morning again, Judge, Commissioners. My time here is to help the court understand how it's currently funding its group medical plan on behalf of all the employees and their covered dependents. So if you could go to the executive summary slide, just some background. As we look at this information, McGriff is taking all your historical information from your current two primary vendors, which is Boone Chapman and Script Care, which is your pharmacy benefit manager, and we're looking at historical claims, looking at historical trends, and really what the premise of today is to help the county set its future funding rates, internal funding rates, to fund your self-funded medical and pharmacy plan. So a little bit of background here. The county contributes roughly 85% to the total cost of the plan. Obviously, the remaining is the 15%, which is quite good compared to your peers. Based on our research, the county has not increased its medical plan funding rates since 2021, and I believe at that time the increase was relatively modest. Again, from our perspective and reaching back into the historical materials we received, employees have not had to increase their cost for the program, their payroll deduct, since as far back as 2016. And then, of course, you have all that, and medical inflation, on average, is trending roughly 6.5%. You could say 5, you could say 7, but on average, you know, let's call it 6.5% and 10.5% for pharmacy. So again, medical cost trends, simply another word for inflation. Inflation and the increase of the utilization of healthcare services and the cost of those services. So to fund your plan, to get at total plan costs, really the inputs are, what are your paid claims, what's your administrative costs, costs for your premium for stop-loss insurance for excess risk, and then pharmacy rebates is a good guy. It's a credit to your fund balance. That makes up your medical funding rates. And we just simply I'm here to help the county and the court understand we would like for you to set funding rates to adequately fund your plan costs. When we looked at the data and looked at the historical claims, and we're using our underwriting projections to project this year's plan cost ending September 30th, 2024, the county will likely have a deficit. Our projection is not quite $2.5 million, so those are funds that the county will have to transfer. There's been talk about the fund balance, et cetera, so we're simply suggesting there will be a deficit. Pretty confident, real confident, there will be a deficit. It's just how much. And then the question is, if the county will at least look for the next plan year without any change in your funding rates, the deficit will remain. Healthcare inflation is going to continue, et cetera, so that deficit likely is going to rise. If you go to the next page under recommendations, working with Tim and the Insurance Committee and the Auditor's Office was involved, they've just simply asked for some recommendations. And these are recommendations for the county and the court to really decide, you know, how best to fund the medical plan moving forward. You know, if the county wanted to right-size the medical plan immediately to fund appropriately, it would be about a $3 million increase beginning 10/1. And we are suggesting the employee share in the increase of 7.5%, which is relatively modest, especially since there's been really no increase to employee costs. But that is a very small amount of roughly $150,000 on an annual basis. So an aggregate revenue adjustment of a little over $3.1 million. That's sort of the fund now, right? The second increase, or the second option, is possibly to do this over a period of time. It's difficult possibly with the budget constraints to make that type of budget increase, so increase the county rates gradually. So over a 3-year period, the plan can operate in the black. Again, we are proposing for the county's consideration Employees share in this a bit, a 7.5% increase, but only for the first year, and the county's costs would continue to escalate up until over 3 years, and the plan would be running in the black. Again, these are just simply recommendations. We have clients that fund their plan adequately to make it, quote, self-sustaining. Then we also have clients that purposely fund on a deficit, but they know they have operating reserves to cover that. This is really an internal discussion with the county about how you want to parse up the funds to fund your self-funded medical plan. We just simply encourage the court have a good discussion on how best to do this, and if there's any additional questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Any questions? No? I think that was bad enough news. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, thank you.
We appreciate it. Moving on to item number 10, discuss and consider adopting and issuing a 60-day burn ban. This was placed on the agenda, and Chief Clack, you're here. If you would go up, please, and talk to us a little bit. I am inclined to push this since we have the weather coming in and we have the authority and opportunity to do this at any moment. If the weather, for some strange reason, goes in a different direction and we don't get all the rain that we are anticipating. But at this point right now, it looks like we are getting rain, so yes.
It looks like we are, but our percentages have fallen already from this morning's briefing from the National Weather Service. We're going down to an expected 6 to 8 inches instead of 8 to 10 inches. And the conditions are very dry right now. It rained last night, and our Keach Index still rose by 6 points as of today. We rose 5 points the day before. So we're constantly rising. The fire departments have been very busy fighting fires all weekend. It's getting a lot worse than it was. And the other thing to remember is that the rain is not going to make the dead grass green within a couple of days. It's going to take weeks to revive. I would urge you to implement the burn ban, and we can take it off if we drop below 500, but we're at 596 as of today. We're in dangerous levels.
I will make a recommendation.
That's up 11 points from yesterday.
Yesterday with
fast.
everything, yes.
Sorry, Joe.
So,
And Judge, this is good luck. Every time we do this,
We
we
get
get
rain.
significant rain. So let's do
Every
it.
time we put
if
it on the
if
agenda,
it drops
seems
below
like we do.
500 after the rain, I mean, y'all can
It seems every time we
retract the
face
burn
this,
ban,
we
but
always get
to put it
something,
back in
so.
effect, you gotta wait till the next
Right.
commissioner's
I
court for
agree.
60 to 90 days. And
Yeah.
rain makes people think it's okay to burn, even though it's not.
And just to clarify, we don't have to bring it to court to put it in effect. We have to bring it back within 7 days to ratify it.
Okay.
Yes, so we can issue one at any
But
time.
if
so.
we issue it, then.
But I agree, we should go forward, and then we
Maybe
can
we should-
also pull it back at any time. We don't have to bring it to court. for
Could
that.
we issue one until the next Commissioners Court meeting and just kind of do them
Bring it back and
meeting
see,
by
that'd be a
meeting?
good idea.
Would that
Yeah.
be
We'll give
something?
the judge the
July
authority
17th.
to lift it.
Well, she's already got it.
I've already got that.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, you mean to lift, well, yeah. Well,
To rescind it
I was just
as
thinking we
well.
could
I
just
have
keep
the
looking at
authority
it
to do
meeting
both.
by meeting.
I just have to bring it to court afterwards, yeah.
Or you could, or either way, you could say a 30-day one, and if it drops below 500, the judge can just lift it or something like that. I mean, I agree with, I think,
Yeah. I agree.
I hate to not do one. I hope it pours like heck and we get below 500 real fast, but I'd also hate to,
Make the motion to do this to the
Okay.
next court meeting,
So
and then
moved.
we will readdress to extend it if we're still necessary. I assume by that time, we're really probably gonna need it. I was just hoping we could postpone this for a little bit, but I will make the motion to issue the burn ban until the July 17th meeting comes back, and we can reissue it then.
July 17th?
And that, when our meeting is, July 17th?
Oh, we're not meeting until July 17th? Oh, okay.
It's July 10th?
July 17th.
It's
Oh,
17th,
it's the
yeah,
17th.
I was like, I
gonna
thought I
be
had it in my notes.
Okay.
Okay, July 17th, everybody, is that okay?
Yep, yes, ma'am. Second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Let's pray for a lot of rain.
The motion passes. Item number 11, accept renew, and thank you, Chief, for being here as well. Thank you for everything that y'all do. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes.
Thanks, Chief.
Accept renewal notification request for the Harbor Island lease agreement with Martin Operation Partnership. This is the second 5-year renewal.
Judge, I
There's-
make a motion to pass this, to accept it.
I'll
To
second that
renew it.
motion.
Sorry, to renew it, my bad.
To renew on the second-year renewal. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 12, discuss and consider participation in the unclaimed capital credits received by the Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts from the electric operatives, and I think you can see in your backup. We would have to also include in the motion the acknowledge of the purpose of what to use the funds for, so I would make the motion to accept the unclaimed capital credits and use for the approved uses under the Texas Local Government Code, Section 381.004.
Second.
We have a motion
And what's
and
that for? And what's that for?
it's, Teresa, you want to tell them, it's in the, it is, it's a,
This year, Commissioner, we use those funds for economic development contracts. It's the money that comes from the
what we
capital
used.
credits for counties.
That's what we use for all the,
where else do we use that
we
money?
used it for Robstown and Flower Bluff.
And the back, it
all
shows
that stuff.
the Chamber of Commerce,
Yeah,
regional,
okay.
yeah, all of those things
This one
behind it.
helps them different.
Yes, that's where we.
We
use
spent
it,
like
yes.
235,
I was trying to get to the
235,000 this
page.
year.
That's fine, yeah.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item 13, receive an update on the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA fund balances for individuals and countywide projects. And then Amanda's here, I think, was here too.
Hi.
Oh, hello. I'm looking all around in the seats and I didn't see.
I
Was
disappeared.
here, sorry.
Yes,
That
I'm
camera's
here.
right in my face there, so you were blocked.
I'm here. Hi, everyone. It's lovely to see you guys. I just have a quick report of our unallocated balances currently. As of the end of May, we have an unallocated balance for ARPA. For Precinct 1, we have $22,423. Precinct 2, we have $25,000. Precinct 3, we have $0 unallocated, so full budget is allocated there. Precinct 4, we have $210,000 unallocated. And Judge, we have $128,595.61. And for the countywide, we have currently, again, as of the end of May, $537,297.
That's, wait, countywide meaning not precinct stuff?
Right.
And how much is it?
$537,297.
And are we getting more back, or is that what we think is it? Because I know, for example,
Possibly, we're getting more.
okay, so I saw some items on the agenda today. I also have heard from the medical examiner that they may need more money for equipment because their ARPA funds have, the construction has eaten up their ARPA funds. So
Okay.
I want to make sure that we kind of keep that in mind, because we certainly don't want to build a nice new medical examiner facility with ARPA money and have no equipment for them. So I don't know what,
Absolutely,
I don't know
yeah.
what that number is.
I have it, and it's going on our next agenda.
Can I just ask what it is?
It's about 250, 300.
Okay. Okay.
They
And that-
have a wish item list too that is over, but I said we would focus on the must needs and,
And that's going to go on as an ARPA request?
yes.
Okay, great, okay. Thank you, Judge, that helps, appreciate that.
The other additional item is like a $450,000 piece of equipment.
And, okay.
Oh,
I guess we're talking about ARPA, so we can talk
Yeah.
about this, right? So
It's like we're
so-
talking about funds and balances.
Okay, so let's just assume for argument's sake, that's a legitimate request, and I I don't argue that it would be by the current medical examiner and his staff. I think they make very legitimate requests. So I don't know how much we think we're going to get back and where we think that's going to get spent, but I don't know what that piece of equipment is, so I'm kind of.
An X-ray machine,
An X-ray machine?
full-body X-ray machine.
The one that was broken,
They've never had one of these that does the whole body thing,
Yeah.
but it's the new
but the
thing
one
that
they had was
everybody
kinda
has,
ready to
yes,
go.
yes.
Right, so those are,
outdated.
Yes.
so I'm just curious as to, how we, 'cause like I say, I saw some items coming up and I didn't even see who put them on. I should have looked at that, doesn't matter who put them on, but I just am trying to figure out if we're piecemealing some of this and if we ought to bring everything back like at one time. I'm looking at you, Amanda, but it's not really your call. But I'm wondering if we shouldn't do all of this at one time and bring everything back and look at every countywide dollar and determine where we actually need, 100% need things, because we can all come up with requests, and that's why we had the precinct funds to kind of do the things in our precinct. But some of the items that are maybe some big picture items that we didn't know about, I don't know how much we've got coming back. I'm not privy to that yet because it hadn't been done, and I get it, I'm not saying that critically, but I'm concerned about the fact that we got a couple items coming up that we're gonna potentially spend a lot of it when we may need some things for other things that are higher priority. Not that a walking trail is not a high priority or a.
No, but sometimes when it's got water versus walking trail,
Say again?
water versus walking trail, water's probably more need.
Water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm just talking about I'm really looking at the medical examiner, meaning.
Oh, yeah, but
I mean,
that's a need. I mean,
That's a big need, right? So I mean, maybe we need, to look at some of that too. So it's just, I'm just throwing it out there because I really think we spent a ton of money. And I know Commissioner Gonzalez and the court has done a lot of work on that medical examiner facility, and we want it to be as top-notch as we can, and I don't want to leave them hanging if they really feel like they need it. I've found them to be very diligent and prudent in their request, and they don't come asking for things if they really don't need it. That really is something I look at when people make requests, and they're one of those departments now that are really good about that. So it's just a throw out to kind of think about, and I don't know how much we're talking about, Judge, or how much, and I don't want to throw that number out if we don't know.
In light of the information we have coming later in the agenda, much less our unallocated personal funds money that we have left over, the two items on our agenda today asking for funding, I was going to ask the individuals that put the items on if they would postpone until the July 17th meeting so that we could have a true balance, because there is one item on here that is possibly going to give us a significant amount of money, but it depends on how the vote goes today. So I can't say for sure what that amount is, but there isn't enough funding right now as we speak for the two items that are asking for countywide, and I think that we would need to bring them back and address that together as a court. It would be my opinion.
And not to mention the fact that we know there's
medical examiner.
$750,000 worth of requests coming from the medical examiner. So, I mean, it'd be great if we could do it all at one time and put it all out on a little chart and say, here's what everybody's requests are. And I mean, I held back mine on purpose because I had to see what Bob Hall was gonna do. And fortunately, we're in pretty good
And I
shape,
think
and I have to see
we
what
have
London and Parker Pool. So, I mean, mine's about to get spent, but I at the same time,
But I think in light, we can address each of us to go back and work out the major needs of the county versus wishes as well, and bring those items forward to the next agenda. Because and Amanda, thank you so much for your report and your urgency on it, because we are getting to that time frame where we have to do these things. So, but I think July 17th isn't a bad idea for us to push this to come back to. Yes. Not your presentation, the items
Right.
asking for money from ARPA funds right now. Yes, for us all to come
So
together.
Do we have a motion, Judge, or?
That would be my motion, to table the two other
Which
requests.
numbers?
I think it is item 16 and 17.
no, it's 15 and 16, Judge.
Oh.
Or mine it is.
16 and 17.
16, 17.
If I have an
16 and
old agenda.
17. You have an old one, I guess.
Are you talking about 13 also?
Oh, actually, it's 15, 16, and 17.
That's not ARPA, is it? Oh, it is countywide funds, yes, all
It
three
is.
of those, yes.
Yeah, that's,
So 15, 16, and 17 my motion would be to table until the 17th.
Excuse me, 15 is not, 15 is.
Oh, no, 15 is not, no.
oh, I thought that was
It's
ARPA.
not
I
countywide.
misread. That's my fault. I
Yes.
apologize. It's 16, 17. I'm sorry.
16 and
I'm
17,
sorry.
yes.
I misread that.
I made the motion to bring them back July 17th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes,
I know we're gonna bring this back on the, when is it?
17th.
On the 17th? But I really wish,
I can't hear you, Commissioner.
I really wish y'all would consider my item 17, because that's really a need. And,
I think on the 17th, that's exactly.
But how
And
we,
the people there in Banquete really need it, and it's it's just contaminating the water, and the young kids most of the time are drinking that water.
but is that our system? When you say,
Is
It's a-
Banquetti
it's a
a
Banquetti.
city?
but I mean, is it a county system or is that Banchetti's system?
No, Mankato doesn't have a city. It's an unincorporated.
Right, but I
So
mean,
it belongs
who
to the county.
maintains it?
It belongs to the county.
It's a water control improvement district.
Yeah.
It's for the area, and it's an separate elected body.
So they,
It's a
Not the
separate
county.
elected body. It's not Nueces County.
It's not the county.
so they have a funding,
We have
do they
nothing
have
to do
funding mechanism?
No, they don't. They need, that's why I put it on there, because they do need the help.
Yeah,
Well, that would be a discussion that we would
Right.
bring back to do, but we have tabled it for the 17th, so we
Well, I'm just asking for y'all to really consider it and helping those people. Thank you.
appreciate that. Continue with our presentation, please. Yes.
That's all I had for the amounts, but if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions or.
I think in light of where we're going, it might be best for any of us who have items we want to push forward to reach out to you and maybe, prioritize the ones that can do quickly, easily approved or whatever, yes.
I think that's a great idea, just an idea to consider in other counties that I work with. Sometimes we do project selection committees, so if that's something you guys would be interested in, we could definitely help set that up. It's usually where we have 2 members of the court and then employees of the county that come together and we talk through the prioritization of projects.
No.
No, okay.
I don't, thank you.
That's
We do
fine.
committees.
Yeah.
We'll vote on it and we'll
Okay.
deal with how it falls.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Lulu, did you have anything to add or anything? Yeah. Thank you. Moving on then to item number 14, discuss and consider rescinding the court's reduction in force of April the 10th, 2024. Item 4D related to Social Services Department. And
Judge,
all,
I wanted to take that into exec. I've got questions on what we're
Yes.
doing there and legal questions on the stuff
we will
surrounding
take
that.
that into
If-
executive.
If you don't
yes.
mind, I'm just for a.
It's a legal item?
I have, I had it highlighted as well, a question. Moving on
Hold
to,
on, Judge.
oh, go ahead, sorry.
Jenny, do we have to go behind doors on this? I mean,
About
we're not,
social
we're not, this is just a,
It depends on what his
Minimize.
question is. We
If
don't
you have
a-
if the court has a legal question, then
Well, we're talking about, best I can tell, we're talking about rescinding a very significant motion that we made in regards to a department that's currently under investigation that I don't really want to talk about out here. Why, I mean, but
yeah, no, I mean, if there's a legal question, then yes, it would be appropriate to take in.
well, I don't know if it'd be legal or, I mean, I don't know if it'd be legal or not, because, I mean, we just.
Bring it back out for
All that-
discussion
Well, we
afterwards,
bring it
but-
back up for
Yeah, we
discussion.
bring it back
Yeah, that's fine,
afterwards.
that's
It's not
fine.
like
Well, I
it
mean,
goes away. We
are
just
you-
have to go into
That's fine.
executive.
I mean, are
Yes.
you not, because you're, the action seems to indicate you're wanting to rescind
Right,
what we did and reinstate the entire department?
no, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's what I don't, okay.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the
This has already been, I'll
Well,
take
there's
it
nothing
into
in the background
executive.
other than the court's minutes that I saw, and so I don't really know what we're doing. That's why I'm trying to maybe,
Okay.
The matter in question has already been talked about in the news. People know about it.
but if you're not, so I guess maybe if you can articulate what it is, all I had on the agenda was that description and the regular minutes of
What I want to do, Commissioner, I put in the agenda, just consider bringing back, not staff. We had 19 staff, now I want a skeleton staff, maybe a 3 staff, to be able to handle the grants and the burials. And they don't have no grants, they don't have no job, but I think that without drawing money out of the general fund, their job's already paid. I mean, they're already being paid for. I mean, their salaries are already being paid, so it's not that we're going to increase any salaries. But we're going to reduce 15 salaries, that's a savings, that's a big savings.
Right, but
So-
if you're wanting to keep a department in place, or are you wanting to move those people into another department? Because I don't have any desire to keep a department in place.
Well,
That's,
I don't know what your desire, but that's all.
no, right, but I mean, for reasons that we can talk about why I
Sure.
don't, or we can go back in the back and I can find out if there's news on the whatever, or do you want to move them into some other department? That's different.
Yeah.
Is that what you're wanting to do?
Right.
Because that's not what the motion said.
Well, it doesn't say it, but I mean, that's all other matters, right? So that's where all other matters comes in. You know, we keep to continue with the grants that they have, so people in the rural areas can actually benefit from these grants and from this.
And where do you want to move them to?
Probably Robstown,
No.
That's where they
What
are right now.
department?
A different department. that's
social
what it is.
services department, but under the, and it could be under the umbrella of the health units, and everything has to do with health, you know? So it could be under health, the health unit, you know,
Well,
it's a monitoring, a supervisor, it's a monitoring.
could we not put it and call it Veterans Services and Community Outreach or something like
Veterans
that?
are gonna get 2, and they're out here on the 3rd floor. But veterans have nothing to do with those grants, and JJ's not gonna, that,
What kind of grants are you talking about?
the rental grants that they
What
get
grants?
separately, rental grants, and
ERAP?
also the ERAP, the food grants, and that they do
Oh,
also
ERAP,
ERAP,
no?
and also the.
Anna, you want to come up and talk
Why
about
wouldn't that,
this?
so why wouldn't that be under grants? Like, that's not health. So in other words, if you're saying you want to potentially, and I thought we were done with all the ERAP stuff and all that too, but.
We are.
Right, so I don't know what you're trying to get. I
But
don't-
social services has other programs that provide rental assistance. With the veterans, the Texas Commissions, Veterans Texas Commissions, they provide rental assistance to the veterans. They have EFSP, Emergency Food Shelter Program, that's come through the United Way. So those are programs that also offer rental assistance, utility assistance.
So that could be under grants, that's not having, what is that? I don't hear anything related to health. He was saying health, I'm saying.
Well, nutrition is health, you give people food, it's health. I mean, it's nutrition, I mean.
But I mean, it's all grants.
Rental is health, I mean, you don't put them on the streets, you're gonna give them somewhere to
No,
stay.
but it's all grants. Like, we have a grants department. Why won't we just, if you want, in other words, why wouldn't we
people
discuss
move 'em
putting
into
it under
To
grants?
help with your other grants that we've given you.
I don't know why we wouldn't put it under
And I
grant.
think, but most of the services that we need are out there in the rural areas.
Right, but they're
So,
like,
but the thing is, that's why they were out there to begin with. Commissioner, I know you don't believe in the west side, you know, helping the
why do you have
people
to
out there.
say that, Joe?
But-
I mean,
because
why do you have to
always-
say that? I'm
you're
trying to
always
work this out.
against it. You're
I'm not
always
against, I'm
it.
trying,
You know, the
if I
thing
was
is-
against it, I wouldn't be saying, why wouldn't we move it to grants?
Well,
Because it's all
because
grants. You
it-
just
it
want to create a
doesn't- it's not
kingdom
gonna-
out there
it's
in
not gonna work
Robstown. That's
here
what you want to
like it's
do.
gonna
You want to
work-
put everything under
like
Dr.
it's gonna
Gonzalez
work
so
over
that you
there.
can control him. Is
But-
that what you're trying to
no,
do?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I would say, but you always
But-
have to say
but
I'm
the
not
thing is,
for
it-
stuff.
it
I
would
voted for
probably work
everything you put
better
out.
in Robstown, because that's where the rural areas are. That's where the colonials are.
Okay, but
That's
they
where
can
the
be
people-
under grants and work in Robstown. I don't
Well,
care where they
might-
sit.
Well, they might be able to do that.
Okay,
in the
so
grant.
how am I against this? Why do you have to say crap like that? I don't say, I mean, to say I'm against it, I'm trying to work
Yeah,
something
because-
out to
because
put it
most of the
under
time you are.
something.
Okay,
And just
so,
to
excuse
clarify, I
me.
mean,
Just
grants
always-
department, we apply, we report, we usually don't manage them, you know, like
Could
bring
you
in the
though with
clients
them,
and.
with enough people, if that was put in yours, could you? If
I
you
mean-
got 3 people or 2 people, what he's talking about, whatever, could you?
Because we got to
Okay,
make
I
sure
thought
these
you
grants are done right. We've had problems with
And-
these grants.
And let me be clear too, I need Rebecca up here, or, I mean, how much are these grants and how many people does it take to administer? Because I had a meeting earlier about it, and one grant was only $150,000, and they were saying it was going to take 3 people to administer it. We can't be having 3 people administer for a year long, giving $150,000 out. We have to we have to streamline that or something, that it doesn't make sense to do
So
that.
EFSP, I averaged the past 3 years about 30,000 per year. The CBCF grant is 10,000. We receive about 39,300 from TXU. The veteran grant, 124,600 goes
But
to
that's
direct.
going to JJ's, so we're talking about anything that would stay, that's going into veteran services.
And then we have the Title IV ECPS, which I talked to you about.
And how much is that one?
It's about 30,000 in direct assistance.
So other than
to foster kids.
the JJ, the ones going to JJ for veterans, how much is that total grants we're talking about? 50, 70,000?
100,000.
And you want 3 people to do that?
And the burials?
It's not, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I thought he was doing it.
Just a second,
The
Ensign.
burials averages 150,898 per year over the past 3 years.
I thought we already sent that to
To,
veterans
We thought
too.
about
yeah,
it, we thought
no, we sent that to public health, Aaron, and,
Under Aaron.
because veteran services can't do anything except for veterans. They can't, and
Right.
it's not just a veteran service. It's for anybody, the public health burials,
They can't
yes.
help everybody, just the
Yes.
veterans.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
Excuse me. I don't think it's so much the amount of monies that are there. I think it's the amount of people that go to apply for those monies, okay? And those are the ones you gotta, look over and see who qualifies and who doesn't. That's what's gonna take the time.
And how many people?
It's the case management, so that's what Anna is trying to say, that the grants department doesn't do case management of determining who's eligible or not eligible for the grant, and then we do a lot of our own reporting. Only some of our grants go to grants for final reporting. So it's the case management, the application, the eligibility, and the processing of.
So if you don't have all of these people in there with the checks and balances, and we even did have the checks and balances and still fell short, so you're saying they couldn't do it without that? When we had a lot of people in there, you had 19 employees, and we still fell short with that. So you would have to have at least 3 people to manage 75,000, 100,000 a year.
But they want to be a clerk, right?
It depends on what if you're putting, I don't know if we're talking about 2 separate things. If we're talking about 3 people in a Robstown office plus the 2 that are going to JJ, or
Yeah,
all
separate the
combined?
veterans
That seems to be the
things. No
proposal.
veteran- Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you were going to keep, and burial, so 150 plus 3180. Yeah, about 250,000 would be what you would have.
But that's including the ones that is going to veterans.
No.
That's including the
including
burials
burials.
is 150.
Are we taking out the
Which we've already-
burials?
I can only do veterans.
Which we've already sent. That's already been allocated to, I thought we,
Did we do it officially in court? You and I just talked about it. Cindy, you said y'all would take it,
Yeah.
that Aaron would do it. Yes,
do it.
Aaron and
We
Jag.
need a clerk, we need a clerk.
Well, I mean, for burials, we have the caseworkers are the ones that do burial cases as well. I just don't know what your plan is. That's all I'm asking. I don't know how
If
to,
you were to have two caseworkers in Robstown and 1 clerk, the clerk can be split with the environmental group and with the social services, would that be able to help process these grants?
well, yes. Mhm.
Do we have an environmental group there?
Well, wouldn't have one
Oh,
probably.
we haven't done that yet either, okay. I was like, what? Environmental group?
So, I think 2 would be probably be the limit to me, that caseworkers to be able to handle, and the clerk. That's what I would.
and I guess I don't understand though, if we are going to have a countywide grants department that oversees not all, but most of our grants, I mean, short of all the ones that, and I don't even know how you work with coastal parks, other than the ones that they, they've always done their own grants and they don't ask for additional people and they get millions of dollars of grants and they don't come in and ask for additional people to administer them. They just make do with what they have. And I mean, they get we just saw one today for 3.3 million and they didn't ask for another person to get that $3.3 million worth of grant. So, I mean, I don't know why we don't want to put this under grants because sure, there's some case management, I get it, but it's still grants and making sure we do the grants right, and it's not a lot, it's $250,000. And I get there's people that have to apply, so maybe there's more man or woman power that we need than for the 6 or 8 or 10 million that we get in grants and don't get any additional people for coastal parks. But I still think the better part of Valor, and they can sit in Robstown, I don't care where they sit, that's more amenable to people, but why wouldn't that be under grants? Because we need a central clearinghouse for these grants for the most part. And I don't know of who else does, what other departments do grants I know,
Well, I
Do you-
mean,
that
we
work-
have grants that are
That's what- I
managed by
shouldn't ask
the DA's office. We have grants that are managed by the sheriff's office. We have grants that are managed, and we apply for them, we bring them to court, we accept them. If we have to report on them because there's access to a portal, then we report on them. We get that information from them. So the grants are managed by different departments. Whoever's requesting that grant for law enforcement, for witness protection, they manage it.
Do some of those grants pay for administration?
pay for what?
Administration. Very few.
Very few. I think, Texas Indigent Defense, the coordinators, the PDO, that pays for administration, all the salaries. Truancy, the JP, Truancy.
Well, maybe we just ought to decide if we need the 2 people, and then we can figure out where to put them later, and we have budgets, hearings, or whatever, I don't know, because I just don't know where the right place, to put them, because I don't know why grants can't do case management, but okay, if you say you can't, you can't, but I don't.
I'm not saying, I'm just like.
Oh, you just don't.
Okay,
Right, you don't currently.
correct.
But if you got 2 people that know how to do it, then that would be probably a good thing. So,
So the people will report to grants office, I guess, to get help. Will they still be in Robstown?
I think that's to be determined about that building, yeah.
I don't know what's going on, what all goes on in regards
Is
to.
there
do we have
space? And then if
yeah.
you do the environmental, we haven't brought that up yet, so it's all kind of up in the air.
Could we
I
tie
would
that all
say-
together? Like, is there something, I don't know what y'all are talking about environmental with, if y'all got something coming on that's not on the agenda that should be a part of it? I don't know. I'm asking.
That has to come back, and none of that starts until afterwards, till October, so it has to come back during budget.
What?
It was split.
Oh, the health stuff. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So.
The other clarification that I would like is about the CPS Title 4E. And if you're going to continue assisting the foster children.
Could you help on the mic a little bit? I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Oh, sorry. Title 4E,
CPS stuff?
foster children, that comes through my department too, so I just need clarification of what your expectation is for that, where it should go.
Well, I'll tell you where it should go, but county attorney's not gonna like it. I mean, they handle all the CPS cases for the county, so, I mean,
Commissioner, with enough staff, we can take care of all your needs.
right. Well, I mean, we're
Don't
talking
say
about.
that, don't say that.
No, but we're talking about that. I mean,
He wants to cut everybody.
we're sitting here talking about having to, have somebody to do this, and it's a matter of where to put this somebody, and the CPS stuff I would think would be very, that would be an obvious place to put it, would be under the county attorney with the appropriate, I get it, if it's a staff person that goes along with it, because you handle all the CPS cases, that law, I mean, you've got, so It's just a suggestion.
Where we can sit down and if we understand what it is that we're being asked to do, we can then, figure it out. And if there's any type of conflict, I mean, we just have to look at what you're trying to do.
Okay, so could we,
None of these jobs end until September. Do you think we ought to bring this back and get all of the environmental and these?
Okay.
And then adding two to maybe over there and then adding to your office if we put some in there.
As long
but-
as they go to the end of September, we
Yeah,
should be
no,
okay.
we voted, nobody's job ends till September, so we can decide about the three individuals and if we're gonna do an environmental office and if it's gonna be in Robstown, but I think moving forward right now with this many questions is, a little bit premature.
so could we ask while, in the meantime, that the county attorney take a look at and have
Absolutely.
that conversation about this one and see if that one would be possibly a good
A good
fit
fit.
for your
We're starting
office?
that now, yes, Commissioner.
Please.
Excuse me, Jenny, would you have space for 3 more people there?
It would only be,
no,
you're
one.
not, are you talking about putting
One.
all, you're only talking about one person
Oh,
for, in Jenny's,
Thought you
yeah,
said three.
yeah.
We're, getting tight, but we have space, Commissioner.
Okay.
I just would like to say, so we're talking about the rural area in Robstown, there's just not a lot of resources out there. Community Action is out there, but they have a wait list, they're not even taking applications until July. I've been trying to keep y'all informed of that if it affects your precinct. So that's really only the other resource for rent, utilities, food that is in that area. And we do have a lot of applications. We have a lot of clients walking in. So there may be a meeting coming up to help the community try to absorb some of our clients.
So is it in your opinion that the Robstown area would be the better location for this if we continued with 2? Not that we're doing that today moving forward, is that your opinion?
Both areas need assistance, but it was the opinion of this court that there was plenty of resources, or you thought here in Corpus, so I would probably suggest the rural area. There is less resources out there.
That's all I asked, thank you. So I guess we will bring this back during budget or one of our next meetings, what,
I mean, and anytime
after
you're
you get ready? Yes.
accepting a grant or administering a grant, there's always administrative cost attached to it, whether it's somebody's salary or, time and money attached to accepting that award to help people. So I don't, only the TVC grant has a small administrative allowance, which is used on an employee. So that's just something to think about.
Thank you. Anything else,
Do we
anybody?
want to table this then?
To the next meeting or to, when do we start our
Will it be the one,
budget meeting, the
will it be the one in August?
August, the budget meeting, yeah.
That's
We
why
have a motion
that's
to
why we do
table
July,
and
but-
bring it back. It's no point, do it the 1st of August.
Yeah.
Bring it back during the budget meeting.
So when?
August.
What's that dates for that?
August budget meeting?
Yeah.
Which is,
What, do you have any idea, Teresa?
got a date?
Sorry.
I don't have the calendar.
Anybody paying attention have the calendar?
I have it, just a moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
So you're just saying the first budget meeting in August, we'll bring it back? Is that what you're wanting to do, Commissioner?
Yep.
Okay, I'd second that if that's a motion.
That's a motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
That date is August 12th.
August 12th.
That okay? That okay with you?
That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
The next item on the agenda is yours, Edward, discuss and consider authorizing, approving execution of agreement with Musco Lighting under the buy board contract. And this is another one that I had a meeting with you about. I was hoping that we could pull back and change this somehow to some ARPA funds to go forward, but I'll let you go ahead and present.
So essentially, this would be similar to the Banquete project in our lighting. We're trying to light a couple of fields within the area in northwest Corpus Christi, which is the Lyondale Beisel Park. I did have a discussion with the judge. We're willing to consider, we would have to go through additional steps. This is a direct contract with Musco. So if we go the ARPA route, the deal there is ARPA, and this is off the buy board. ARPA does not work, I guess. Our consultants say that the buy board is not the best procurement board for this. So we would, we'd get additional costs because we'd have to engineer it. This is all engineered, prefabbed, everything done by Musco. I don't think they're on another procurement board, so we would have to engineer it and redo the work in order to put it on the ARPA program.
And of your COs that we allocated to you, how much of that have you spent?
I spent about 400,000 already.
So this would bring it up to almost 700, so almost half of your budget that we gave you. Yeah.
Correct.
And is there a rush for this? Is this a necessary item?
Well, necessary is one of those deals. I mean, we're just trying to improve the playing ability of the groups there. We have a football group, which is soccer group that plays, and they've come to Commissioner Hernandez and said, you know, hey, we would really like to be able to play during, you know, the fall, because generally that's when soccer plays. The other is for the Warcats ball fields. So they've done us the favor in where we're going to allow them, or they're going to allow us time on their fields to, since we're doing those improvements at Oil Belt, in order to have Oil Belt have their fall ball, they're allowing us to use their field, use those county fields. They're not planning any games on them so that Oil Belt can use them. So those are the only two considerations that we're trying to meet.
So you put this on because this is what you want to use your COs for?
Yes, sir.
And Judge,
I asked, in light of the financial situation, should we bring this back?
Well, if we can address whatever legal questions you have in executive and then bring out what is appropriate to bring out.
It's not, it's just it's not an attorney question. I had just asked if it was a necessary item. I know that we had, Commissioner Jag and I had both switched out, so when we allocated him $6 million in ARPA funds for his parks, and we tried to put the roof all in one together, we switched out some of our COs to do that and to give it to him. I asked if it was an emergency because when we did that, because of ARPA having the deadline on it, I asked him to spend his ARPA money first and to focus on those projects because COs don't end. My hesitation is if the county were to have any kind of emergency or some other large ticket item, we are using up funds on a Park for Lights that is great and good for our parks and good for our communities and everything. But we have all kinds of very expensive things in these buildings that could break at any time, and we are depleting those funds. I really think we should take a step back and in the next year focus on ARPA money, and these have deadlines and need to be focused on. That was my reason for asking him to possibly switch out one of his park projects if this was a necessity with ARPA funds on this park, and maybe come back to those with the assurance that I am not, and I'm saying this in court, Edward, trying to take back your money for the parks, but I am trying to be diligent and plan for the future of the county as well if we had a catastrophic event or something with, in light of the report that we got with our general fund being down and below what we expect, you know.
do you want to table it, Judge? Is that what you're asking? Or what do you?
I asked if he would table it and bring it back with ARPA funds, is what I asked him personally between he and I, but it is not my item, and it is Commissioner Hernandez's district, so that
you,
was
Judge.
my reasoning behind it, and that's the reason that I gave more of an explanation today.
You know, we really need money that's really needed. We could always go to the pier or the restaurant.
Those are
Or
already
Hilltop.
contracted.
We go to Hilltop. There's Hilltop.
It's already been.
Yeah.
Good COs
uh-huh,
over-
yeah.
good COs over there.
Good drive, man. Go to Hilltop.
Yes.
No, but I think in all fairness, we did give, Edward back some of the money. He used more than what we gave him, but, you know, we appreciate that. Yeah, but we gave him back some, I know I did, and I think you did too, Judge.
We both did, yes.
So we gave him, but I don't know if I really set any kind of boundaries that he can't restrict him out there. We gave it back to him so he could use it. So, maybe can you do one park versus the other park?
That's what I asked. Can you trade it out? You're still come back to it in the
Well, the thing
end,
is-
but give us a little bit of time.
All my ARPA money is being used, so I've done what y'all asked, because I learned the hard way, because I lost 700K on that. I'm pushing out all the projects are in design, some are being constructed right now, so I've used up all my ARPA money. So now the next goal was, again, to use up the CO monies.
And I don't have no problem using your COs. Because
So-
that's what we gave it to you for. to
But I
use.
don't have a time frame. So the judge has asked me to hold off, which I can do.
Can you hold off on
Is
one
it-
and do the
is
other
it-
one?
Is it through September? Is it through October?
Can
Is
you
it for
do
2
one
years?
now? Can you do one now and one later?
I just said, get your project you've already got going. You have a lot of stuff going on, and we're giving you a lot of projects that you're gonna be doing, so you're gonna be a little bit overwhelmed. Is it really, if this is a necessity, that was my thoughts, to change out one of the others and do this one first. Do your timeline. It's not like it's going away, but
Yeah.
it's your money.
Well,
It was like, if the court votes to go forward, then go forward.
Do it, or just go one. Your call. I mean, you wanna do both, we'll do both.
Do both? What do you mean? I'm not sure. I'm not.
I like to do both because it seems like every time you want to cut, it affects Banquete.
Yeah, it's,
So,
get there right.
This is Lyondale Basile.
Yes.
Well-
It's not Benketti. Yeah,
No, it's just,
yeah.
What are we talking about, Benketti? What happened? Where did that?
But we're doing the same project in Banquete right now. So
Oh.
the lights are being delivered in middle of July. So all the structure and all the equipment that y'all allowed me to order is being done in July. So if we rolled this project out, we were hoping to roll this project out
both
before
at
the
the
end of
same
the
time.
year. So
That
I've got
makes
all these
sense.
projects, like the judge says, but I've got them in different categories or different phases of
Go for
work. And so I mean, it's the will of the court. If y'all want me to hold off, I'm willing to hold off. I
You know
don't have
what?
an issue doing it, but I just
Hey,
need to know.
now, I
when.
make a motion, we go ahead and go with the project.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you, Court.
Item number 18, because we tabled those, discuss and consider unallocating the following projects and allocating the next group of projects under Commissioner Precinct 2, American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. And there's a list here, and this would leave you, Commissioner, I believe, with $30,395.52 in your ARPA funds. So you want to make the motion
So
to
move.
approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item number 19, discuss and consider authorizing a letter of support for foreign trade. We already did the foreign trade zone for Simbar Resources. We just failed to include the farm-to-market taxing entity. We want the motion to include, in fact, I'll make the motion to include all taxing entities within the control of the court in the previously approved letter of support for a foreign trade zone for Simbar Resources Incorporated.
I don't know if we can do hospital district.
Oh, you can't say all taxing entities, that's right, just including the farm-to-market road. But they're a separate taxing entity, we don't do them, but I
You
guess they
set-
go through us.
You set the tax
yes.
rates, yes.
Yes. So that's my motion, did you get that correction on there? And this is just to clean up a motion that we have already done that didn't include the farm-to-market. Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meeting dates. Do we have any questions or anything? Moving on, item B1, on the sheriff, discuss and consider authorizing approving agreement with Rockdale Country Ford under Buy Board Cooperative to purchase one Ford Police Interceptor utility vehicle, and this would be funded with the sheriff's federal forfeiture funds. I would make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And item C1, acceptance of a grant award announcement from the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for $150,000 no cash match towards the General Assistant Grant Program in the fiscal year 2024-25. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 2, acceptance of grant award announcement from the Texas Veterans Commission Fund for $200,000 no cash match towards the Veterans Treatment Court grant for fiscal year 24-25. I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, ratify grant agreement with grant conditions from the Office of the National Drug Control Policy for the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, Texas Coast Corridor Initiative. There is a no cash match. This is just a reimbursement program. I would make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item D, Public Works, discuss and consider award and execution of a contractor agreement with Argio Roof and Construction LLC for the courthouse roof improvements project in the amount, which is wrong.
Yes, ma'am, it's
Yes.
$4,658,000.
$4,658,000, which
it's-
is the amount.
It's only the base bid, Judge.
Only the base bid,
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
exactly. I would make the motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
And that's for $4,658,000 for the base bid for the courthouse roof improvement only.
That's
Yes,
correct.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, only for the base bid, yes. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And going back to that, we may need to look at that because you and I gave RCOs, so we may be taking some of our money back on that roof thing.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
What
'Cause
if we have to put it in another room?
Teresa needs to check on that when we did our transfer, so we may have money coming back for that.
We need the other room too. though,
Yeah.
so.
Yes.
And can I just add, I know we've already passed on everything, but was there another, was that the only bid on it?
No, there were, remember the 4 bids, but the first person didn't include the skylight. The second person didn't sign the bid and didn't have the lightning thing, so we went with the 3rd bid. Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
didn't I put some of that money on that courthouse roof?
I'm going to look at those numbers, Commissioner.
Let's
and
see
I'll
if.
Just
since
check
it
and see if I
came in
did too,
under-
just for
Yes.
fun, just, you know.
I know.
You never
Commissioner
did.
Gonzalez and I
Oh,
did.
shut up. Give me a break.
Hey.
All you do is give me crap.
He's like this all the time.
Okay,
Just give me
item
crap.
number 2, moving on then. Discuss and consider authorizing and approving job order authorization number 001 in the amount of $106,175 under job agreement with Grace Paving and Construction for the replacement of the existing pavement on County Road 35 and 37 intersection at Saratoga. This is a capital project change order that JAG is moving funds to funds, so you want to make the motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider execution of ARPA supplemental agreement number 1 to work authorization number 1 with Govan Development for the Stonegate drainage improvements. And this is an extension for the new expiration, is that right, Juan?
That's correct, Judge.
Yes, on it extends it to December 28th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make the motion to
So moved.
approve. We have a motion, I'll second that, and, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Item number 4, discuss and consider approval of amendment number 1 to work authorization number 2 between Nueces County and Govan for the Nueces County Courthouse and Jail wastewater line replacement project. And this is a time extension for completion of June 13th, so are we gonna wanna bring, we don't have to bring that back before we send it out for bids then, huh?
No, ma'am, this is just an extension.
This is the backup work this is previous date, we're already past that date.
Yes, ma'am, this is
Yeah,
just for.
okay,
yes,
this
ma'am.
is, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
But this hasn't gone out for bids yet. and
No, ma'am, no.
We're thinking it's going out the end of this week, next week?
For the sewer line project?
It's going out next week.
Next week, okay. Do I have a motion?
So move.
We have a motion.
Judge, excuse me, did you say the extension is through 25? June 13th, 2025?
Oh, is this through 25?
Yes, ma'am, it's for the end of the end of the project.
Because he will be overseeing that job?
That's
Oh,
correct, that's correct, Judge.
Okay.
I thought he was like retired.
Going out, I know, I did too.
Yeah, he's still practicing, he's still,
So he's gonna still do this one?
Yes, sir.
Huh? Okay,
yes, sir.
all right.
Okay. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Consultant,
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Okay.
Item number 5, discuss and consider approval of change order number 1, deduction for the Nueces County Veterans and Social Services renovation project. And I believe you met with JJ and y'all were, he wants this
The
third
third
floor.
yes, ma'am.
And we had allocated 400,000 to the third floor and downstairs. So this deduction would mean that the bid came in that.
Yes, ma'am, I think the bids were like at 200 and something thousand, and not doing the first floor, it's 40-something thousand dollars of savings.
It's only combined? I
Yes,
thought it
ma'am,
would be
think-
under, I thought
Let me make sure.
the money allocated was 200 for each.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, yes, ma'am, but the bids that came in for both of them was 200 and something thousand.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
not gonna do the downstairs
Yes, ma'am.
one now, so we will be returning that money. That will be another ARPA countywide money
That's
coming
correct.
back.
That's
So
correct, Judge.
the
But not
bid-
all of it, because we spent money on design and some of
Yeah.
that, right?
Yes,
So some
ma'am.
of it's gone.
Yeah, some of it's gone, but the vast majority of it. Yes. Okay, I wanted to clear that up and make sure we weren't going forward.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will make the motion to approve then.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Hold on a second, Judge, yeah.
Wait,
So
what?
can we, let's talk about that. So what are we gonna do down there anyway? I mean, I know we're not putting them down there, but should we go ahead and renovate it for
Well,
something else?
It was planned to be renovated for JJ's use, and it was gonna put a window, it was gonna put a storage and stuff in there. They used that for training purposes already, and I think some of those things may not be what they want. If you wanna, paint it and put new floor in, or the sheriff's office and other people do classes and things in there. I think maybe even Kara has
Yeah,
done
they have
something, and there's some
conferences in there.
training in there too. So,
So is there any need for any, while we're doing it,
money there.
I would leave it, my recommendation, Judge and Commissioners, to leave it as an open space for,
just leave
open
it?
space.
yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Put tables, at least put tables and chairs, right?
They put
Yeah,
those
yeah,
in there when
yeah,
they need
that's
it,
already
yeah.
there.
Okay,
That's already
all right,
there.
just making sure we're not, well, we've got somebody under contract, but okay.
Yes.
That's fine.
Item number 6,
We voted.
Oh, we already voted?
Yeah, we did. I just brought it back, yeah.
Did we not? No, we had a motion and a second, but I don't think we moved
You
forward
said all in
with
favor.
it.
I may have said stop, but, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, she said.
I motioned, you made the second, and then, all those in favor say
Aye.
aye. Let's just do it over.
No.
Thank you.
No.
No? Okay. Item number 6.
Wait, you seconded it, didn't you?
I did not.
No,
say-
I did.
No, oh,
Hernandez did.
and why'd you vote
Did you
no?
want to discuss something
I
about
just
it?
haven't,
Oh,
we
your
spent
social
money
services.
on a project that we never were gonna develop. We making plans to do something different with social services. I just have a problem with the whole concept.
I forgot, you're still on the social services
I'm
deal,
still on
too.
social
Right,
services.
that's
I
fine,
am.
that's fine, that's fine.
Till this is done in budget time,
Yes.
so.
Well, this is just a deductive change order, though.
But still, it's a changeover that we're putting money into that,
No, we're getting it back.
I know, but.
No, it's okay. But I
I
just
mean,
wanna make sure.
we're paying.
Not all of it.
We're paying some of it. That's my concern, is we're so careful to try to be careful with all our money, and I appreciate that with this court, but
But right, this gets
that
us money
money
back.
gets sacrificed back that we never really truly will get use out of, so that's just my concern.
Judge, I'm sorry, but I agree with Mr. Mattis, Commissioner Mattis.
So you don't want to do the deductive change order, and you
Wanna
don't
change the vote?
want to get the money back?
I just have an issue overall with this.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying, the no vote means you're saying you don't want the money back that we're getting back. Because this is what this is. I'm just making sure you understand this. This is a deductive change order, meaning we're getting $48,000 back.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure, okay,
Now I understand.
okay.
Are you changing yours?
Yes, yes.
to- You're a yes or a no?
A yes.
Sorry, you
A
were the
yes.
second on the motion,
If we're
so I
getting,
need to be
if we're
clear.
getting money
Yes.
back,
Yeah.
Yes,
Money
yes,
back.
okay. We don't need to pull it back.
Not
We're
getting it
good.
all,
Yes.
but
and
we are
he's
getting
still-
some money back.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Now you have me questioning it. It's like we are. Item number 6, I was asked to table as per one, because there's still some, there was.
Judge,
oh,
not this one, Judge.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. No, this one, we still gotta do a change order for the keys.
oh, I
Yes, ma'am.
have it in my notes. They told me this item for the.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
No.
so.
Sorry about that. It was,
Did I pass one up that you wanted tabled? Did I
yes,
do that?
it was in the paying of the bills, but that's fine, Judge. We'll take care of it.
Okay, okay.
Yes, ma'am, we're good.
Item number 6, then, moving forward, I have it in my notes that you asked to table. Discuss and consider approval of change order number 3 for the Nueces County Courthouse floor, 6th floor Public Defender's Office. And, I know there were some, they had to value engineer this, but then there were some, it came under budget, so there's still funds for this in this.
Yes, Judge, that's correct.
And then I understand that this change order is for keys also, and that's a big problem for me throughout the county with the ADA renovations. We changed everybody's doors, and now after budget time, we're coming, I know that thing's right in my center. We're coming back and gonna charge all the departments for keys when you have to have keys to get into your office. It seems like that would be part of the ADA
Renovation.
budget renovation, and if not, then that should be in your department.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I agree,
And
Judge. There's,
buildings and maintenance or something, but thankfully they have the money, but I know I had another call from a judge that didn't get a key, that needed a key, that you did take care of, thank you, but they were told that they couldn't have one because they didn't have the money in their budget and you didn't have it in yours, so I have a big concern with, we make these changes throughout the courthouse and all of the items are not included, and we can't come back and do this to our departments as well.
yes, ma'am. I think there's some requests that on the previous keys that on this one, it's just to rekey the defenders, Judge. So this is just for rekeying, not rekeying, but just they can have their rekeys for the
Well, I
for the
was told
public
it was
defenders.
all part of
Yes,
theirs
ma'am, it's part,
changed to
yes,
the
ma'am.
new thing.
To the new
yes.
system. That's correct, Judge.
Well, I'll make the motion to pass right now, but I would like that in the future, that addressed for, we can't do that to different departments and
Yes,
stuff.
ma'am,
We,
and then-
we impose the change on them. You don't walk away and not give them a key.
No, I agree. I agree with that, Judge.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The
Thank you.
motion passes. Item number E1, purchasing, discuss and consider conditional selection of Lean Weber Concrete Construction for Petronella Estates drainage improvements. Precinct 2, this is ARPA funds, and they are available, so you want to make the motion?
So move.
I'll second that motion. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On item number 2, discuss and consider conditional selection of DLF2, Inc. For Parker Pool Maintenance Repair Project and related matters.
Judge, this will require some value engineering, so the recommendation is to conditionally select the low bidder DLF 2 Inc., DBA DLF Texas for Parker Pool Maintenance Repair Projects, and I would make that motion to do so with value engineering to include Edward and the Friends of the Aquatics with me as well to figure out where we can cut, because we will have to cut some things out of it.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider conditional selection of Grace Mortuary Services for morgue transportation services. And RFP, anything you want to say about that?
This was an RFP. We received 2 proposals. The selection committee recommendation is to approve conditional selection of Grace Mortuary Services LLC for morgue transportation services. Medical examiner's office recommends approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to auditors. I think I'm going to can I bring auditors? You have another, can I bring that back after executive since we're running late? I'll do all the auditors' motions after that. If y'all don't mind, is that okay, guys? Yeah.
You're the judge.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was everybody here for the auditors?
No, it was Grace.
Oh, okay. Oh,
think.
thank you. Moving on to item G, human resources. We, since we didn't take that into executive, are we still going to take that? We had the discussion and the presentation. Do we need to take it into executive?
Not unless there's a question that hasn't been presented. If there is, that's fine.
We've got the auditors. Let's bring it into.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
What's that?
On human resources, one, and we have so this isn't the, no, we can do this one.
F4 and
F4.
G1 go together.
So we'll just bring them both if we're bringing you after executive, so. That's why I was like, my notes are not showing that. Item 2, discuss and consider approving leave without pay for the facility administrator of the Robert G. N. Barnes Regional Facility from August 2024 to October 2024. Homer, you're up. Do you want to? And I know you had this on, and then our policy doesn't state anything, so you came up with a way to do this yourself. Yes.
Well, yeah, we'll have to make do.
Yes.
So I'm requesting just the leave without pay portion of the original
And not
agenda.
increasing the salary of the person
No.
behind, because we don't have a policy for that. Just
Correct.
to clarify for everyone else, that's for all of our other departments
So
too.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider ratification of employee request for leave without pay while on military duty. On May 5th, 2024, the county judge verbally approved Antonio Lozano's request for leave without pay. He got called in for an additional 30 days, and this was his request for the leave without pay. So
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider unfreezing a microcomputer specialist frozen indefinitely on 10/2022 and deleting one senior network specialist to fulfill an employee accommodation request. Daryl, you want to discuss this?
Yes, this was actually presented last November at the November 15th meeting. So it was actually already done.
It was already brought to court, but it didn't get processed through
The
HR.
NCF 1 was not presented for approval so that the action could be taken to actually reclassify the person that we, for ADA purposes, was going from a senior network specialist to a microcomputer specialist, which would be a decrease in salary. But, so it was an accommodation that was done back then. So we just need approval for the NCF one so that it can move forward.
So move.
Second.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Before going into, we should be going, we'll break for executive and then come back and do audit afterwards. But we will need 2 votes, 2 unanimous votes for item 4E. Consult with the county attorney regarding Barisi Village and take action in open session if necessary. I will need a motion and a second and a unanimous vote to take it into executive.
Can I ask why we're taking it in? I don't know why we're back on this one.
It's
For this one, I don't have a business decision on my end. I'm under 551071. It's just merely an update on the issues that we
on
are
our end.
dealing with. So I'm not sure of the business decision part of that.
You're not sure? What does that mean? Sorry.
Means I am unaware of the business decision discussion that might need to take place.
Because there's been some counter offers on something?
No, there have been no counteroffers that I'm aware of.
Yes.
Then why do,
I am bringing an update to the court on our, working through to get an agreement for the court to sign.
and is there, so is there problems? Or, I mean, I'm trying to figure out why it's, I'm trying to get to that, it's in the best interest to go vote. Because I don't know why, we've already done the negotiations in the back that were in the best interest of the county not to be had. Are you saying there may be more, or are you?
I'm saying that the update that I have may be harmful to have, discussed in public
Okay,
and
that's what I needed to hear, so that's good. I'm good now, go ahead.
Okay, so we.
Needed some justification.
We had a motion and a second, and this has to be unanimous, to bring item 4E into executive. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any,
Who made the motion?
Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Hernandez seconded it originally. Didn't y'all do that? Or was that the last one?
No, we did one.
Okay, sorry, backtrack. Do I have a motion and a second? I will make the motion to
We did
take this
IT,
into
we did IT.
executive. That was IT, you're right.
Second, Judge, if you need one.
Motion and a second.
I don't know where you guys are
I'm
at
getting ahead of
nowadays.
myself. It's lunchtime, no. We have a motion and a second. Now, all those in favor say aye.
Don't know
Aye.
where you're
Aye.
at. Don't know where you're at.
And then on 4F is the deliberate business and financial issues related to a contract being negotiated for the county and employee contribution rates for the health benefits plan.
I'm gonna ask the same question. I just need to know what the justification is. I don't know. I mean, are we discussing some
This
business?
is 4F.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we already had some of the discussion that we were,
Well, y'all kind of had a little 5 minutes out of the room that I didn't have, so I don't know. If you're saying there's some justification, I just need the county attorney to tell me what that is so that I can know.
At this point, the only thing that I'm aware of that would be, the discussion would be under attorney-client legal discussion and not the business discussion. So instead of 5510.725, unless there's something that's changed, 4F, I would say, would be a 551071
Which doesn't
attorney.
require a 5-0 vote.
Correct.
Okay, then,
oh,
there you
okay.
go, Judge.
Well, then that's off of there. So now we are ready to go to executive. Oh,
Just one request, the insurance consultant has to leave by 2 if possible, because he has to go to Midland, so I just want to bring it to attention.
yeah, we thought he already left. We
No,
didn't, we
he's-
weren't planning
he's-
on him being here. That's why we brought him up early, so he could leave. Sorry.
He wants to present this second presentation in executive to you.
Wait, and
That's different.
Second part of it. He already presented the
we
first
do
part,
that?
there's a second part.
I stopped on slide 4. There were at least 20 more slides to go or something like that.
If the court wants to discuss and if the court has any legal questions, I can convey those, or any background information that is required from the consultant. I can assist with that, but based on prior discussions, I don't foresee him doing a presentation in executive.
Okay, you can tell him he can leave, or Jenny will ask him a question if she needs to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Item number 4, executive session. Public notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into an executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda and authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. To the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in the executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters related to trial court cause number 4704, Nueces County and Nueces County Appraisal District versus San Patricio County, Texas, in the 135th Judicial District Court, Refugio County, Texas, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the May 30th, 2024 property damage claim of Trudy and Benny Pararas, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal issues related to the 2024 DCV-1905B Lawrence R. Jones III versus Nueces County, Texas, in the 117th District Court in Nueces County and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item D, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters relating to cause number 220CV00263, David Longoria, individually and on behalf of the estate of David Johnson, deceased, versus Nueces County, in the District Court of the Southern District of Texas, and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item E, consult with the county attorney regarding Barisi Village and take action in same open session if necessary, and Texas Government Code 551.071, deliberate business and financial issues relating to same contract being negotiated, Texas Government Code 551.0725, and take action. Item F, deliberate business and financial issues related to a contract being negotiated related to 2024-25 county and employee contribution rates for the health benefits plan, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item G, consult with the county attorney on legal matters related to One Solution software from Central Square contract set to expire on June 30th, 2024, to determine if a renewal or another option is necessary to maintain access to software in some form. Take action if necessary in open session, Texas Government Code 551.071. I think item 3A14, did we bring in? I think
F4?
Huh?
F4?
F4, we're coming back after, that doesn't have to be brought into, we're coming back, we'll deal with that. We tabled 3A14, so I don't need those. And the healthcare is already on there, so we're good. And it is that everything, you guys? Yeah. 12:40, and we are now going to executive.
What number do I have?
Okay, it is 1:52, and we are back in regular session. I think we will go ahead and take care of the executive while it's still on our minds.
I thought you said, is it McGriff guy gone?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Soleil's going to answer any questions that you'll have. Executive item B, I believe Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a motion for that one?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion on executive item 4B, to deny the May 30th, 2024 claim of Trudy and Benny Benedes.
I'll second that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item C, Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, I'd make a motion to ratify the prior engagement with Martinez Riley for work related to 2024 DCV-1905-B Lawrence R. Jones III versus Nueces County, Texas, in the 117th District Court in Nueces County.
That's a pretty long motion, but do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Item G on the, related to One Solution software, we would like to request that we negotiate a contract for not less than 6 months, up to 1 year, with the One Solution to preserve the information that we need on that. Is that all I needed to say on that, Jim?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. So we will go back to item F1. The discuss and approve the monthly financial report for fiscal year 23-24 for the 8 months ending May 21st, 2024. You're good. You're good.
Good afternoon, Judge. I respectfully submit the monthly financial report for the 8 months ending May 31st, 2024 for your review and approval. They are being submitted in accordance with Section 114.023 of the Texas Local Government Code and has been prepared by our staff. It should be noted before I begin that there are several known errors in this report.
Good way to begin. Excuse me.
Well, I'm letting you know. So when payroll first processed in Workday, auditors immediately discovered that payroll expenses were not posted to the correct ledger account and spend categories. They were posted. The problems have since been resolved going forward. However, the initial 4 to 5 pay periods had errors. We have identified those errors and we are working diligently to correct the coding. I will notify Commissioners Court when that coding has been corrected. The coding issue, it accidentally was coded into ledger account 5180, which is where we have our car allowances. It's your FICA, so your Social Security, your Medicare, your withholding taxes that we do. They were coded into 5180 instead of 5150, which is the employee benefits. So it's being coded, just not to the right ledger account.
Someone is having to go through and correct each one of these items individually.
Correcting each item, yes. Also, at the same time period, we immediately discovered that split-funded positions were not accurately coded between two cost centers. You can actually see this on page 4 of the financial report. You'll see that the second line shows that there is a department 0121 engineering in the general fund, whereas we all know that there is not a department 0121 in the general fund. That's Fund 12. That's the position that is our engineer, our Director of Public Works. That's his position. It's supposed to be split funded between building superintendent and engineering, Department 0121. The coding got, it wasn't being coded correctly because it's split between two departments. And so it was putting it in the wrong fund in the right cost center. We are working diligently to correct those expense coding errors, but again, it's just where it got coded whenever we initially converted. Another payroll issue is some of the supplements for employees where the employee is paid out of one department and the supplement is funded, the supplement and/or the related benefits for that supplement are funded out of a different department. Sometimes those didn't get coded correctly to the right department. Again, we're working diligently to get all those items corrected. Budget, this is going to go into the budget change order that, I'll discuss that whenever I get to the budget change order. The contingency, whenever the contingency appropriations were brought over, it again posted to the wrong category. We've done a change order. It's already been corrected in Workday. The project budgets, we are still working on getting those posted, and the salaries of the department heads, we're doing a change order to correct that too. But as of the time that we ran this report, since the change orders are for your approval today, those two budgeting errors are still being reflected in this monthly financial report. We are continuing to review the coding and the posting, and we are making the corrections as they are identified. We are correcting the historical data going back. The expenses are there, they just might be on the wrong line, is what essentially happened.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How long has that been going
on?
I'm sorry. Oh, how long has that been going on?
A staff member and I discovered the error the first time that we looked at how the actuals posted to the ledger that very first pay period. Whenever we were reviewing, we found the error. It took a little while for us to find out what was causing the error in the coding in the system, and it has since been corrected. But each payroll is somewhere around 70,000 lines of data, of coding that hits. For every single payroll that hits, there's approximately 70,000 lines. And so to go in and correct each line on an as-needed basis, it takes a little time. And I have one temporary staff member that's doing nothing but making these corrections so that your reports will be accurate. But again, it's in the right, it's one account. So for the benefits, it's just one ledger account down. It was an error. Errors do happen frequently in financials. You correct them and then you move forward. It's just because it was payroll, it's large scale. It's been identified, it's been corrected. We're continuing to review for accuracy.
I know that errors happen, but in this case, errors have been happening, and you come to us and you give us our balance or whatever that we have in auditing, and we approve it. Were those affected? I mean, were those wrong? When you come and bring the numbers in and say this is for your approval, when you approve, we approve audits. Have there been errors in those?
In the check runs, the check runs are expense-driven, they're not payroll-driven. Everything that I've told you about so far has been a payroll-driven error or a budget error. To the best of my knowledge, we're not having any coding errors in our accounts payable.
I was just wondering if there was or wasn't.
No, sir. To the best of our knowledge, we are not having any coding errors in accounts payable. We do ask everyone to look at the ledgers, the reports that are available in Workday that we've sent out training on how to access those reports.
What are the possibilities that this was going on on the old program that we had? If you all, go ahead, I'm sorry.
In one solution, the expenses were getting coded to the correct budget category and ledger account because they were verified. I mean, they were getting coded correctly. There were other errors in one solution that we have discovered whenever we converted over to Workday. One of those is something I can't discuss.
No, that's fine.
But there were other errors that were happening in one solution that were discovered whenever we converted to Workday.
That's fine, thank you.
Again, if you're on page 5, one of the small errors is you'll see that there was a less than $1 something that got coded to Commissioners Court Administration that should have gone to County Judge.
Let's go. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Sorry, guys.
$1, we get Rocky.
I want that ringtone.
There's 34% of the budget year remaining, 66% of the budget year is complete. So as you're reviewing the financial report, you'll see the adopted budget, the working budget, the year-to-date actuals, and the amount of the budget remaining, as well as percentage remaining. Anything that is where the percentage remaining is more than 34%, that's a good thing. That means that we're under budget. If it's less than 34%, then we're over budget. For those items, again, change orders are being submitted, or budget amendments are now being submitted regularly to Commissioners Court for posting to reallocate budget as necessary to cover those deficits. Does anyone have any questions?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to ask a really quick question. Since the payroll portion of these budgets are going to be corrected, is there any way that the departments can get reports on what was spent, so that way we can do our background check to make sure that the actual amounts are
The
correct?
correction is being made, yes, but
No, but can we get the report so that way we can verify that those amounts are correct?
isn't that available on Workday, the totals on?
So again, it's where the benefits were coded. It's not that the amount was wrong, it's just where it got coded. So the line item,
Where it
it
got
went
charged out
to,
to.
it's in the same, what used to be a budget category, it's in the same budget category as the car allowance when it should be in benefits.
But what I'm saying is, if there's any question about, let's say, overtime amounts that have been spent, is there
That-
any way that we can drill down to verify that those amounts in the overtime actuals are correct?
Yes, you can run your reports and look at the actual per pay period detail of the overtime paid.
Already in Workday?
Already in
or-
Workday, overtime is not one of the known errors.
I'm not talking about like per pay period, but to make sure that the actual employee is not, how can I say this? Some employees may be in one department under a sub-department that gets promoted and moves to another department. And we're just trying to make sure that,
Follows them, that all of their benefits follow them to the new.
but I'm just trying to make sure that those overtime hours are not being spent on a certain department that it's not supposed to be.
Transfer to the other department if you're doing overtime, then if you transfer to another, it's not being charged out to the previous department?
Correct.
Yes.
It all depends upon, again, whenever you have one unified workday system like we do, where it's both HR and financials that are integrated together, the date that you do the effective transfer for the employee is the date that the payroll moves to the new department.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to get the reports, so that way we can verify those numbers. That's all.
It's in the system.
But is it
I think-
per employee, or is it just a whole pay period for the entire department?
The individual could go in on their own and on their records, and then the department head has access to that as well.
To each
right?
individual employee?
So there's a payroll, it's similar to what was previously known as the payroll information report. There's another report that had been generated, that can show you the breakdown of the employee. I would recommend that you reach out to Harry or Julian for a report that can meet your needs.
I'm not talking about my needs, I'm talking about like everybody, all departments, just in case.
If there's a report that you need to run, or anyone needs to run, please reach out to enter a ticket. If you don't already have access to the report, enter a ticket into the Workday SharePoint
Okay.
to get that report.
What would the report be, though? What is it called?
I don't know the
Oh,
name
okay.
of the report off the
Sorry,
top of my
sorry,
head.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Maybe check with Harry. Yeah, check with Harry and get him.
question.
No, but it's a good question, and other departments probably want to know as
You know,
well.
and that brings up the fact that they've been changing a lot of things.
Need to
The
follow
final
up and
change goes
check.
where?
Well, and for a while in this transition with Workday, it's good for your department heads and other people to be checking these documents to make sure that the information being transferred to that department is correct.
working right.
So it's not a bad thing at all, so, yeah. Any other questions? I think we're good, yes. Do we have to approve this? Is there a vote needed on this? It says discuss and approve.
How do we approve if it needs to be amended?
Yeah.
Subject to the amendments? We're going to approve subject to all the amendments?
Good question.
Approve subject to amendments.
Okay, we'll approve subject to all the amendments that need to be done as articulated by Lisa.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Nay.
One nay, the motion passes. Item number 2, approve budget amendment number 8 for fiscal year 23-24.
I respectfully submit budget amendment number 8 for your consideration and approval. As I discussed before, there were a few known budgeting issues from whenever we converted the budget over. The budget moved over correctly in total. However, upon line item by line item review, we determined that a couple of items accidentally went to the wrong ledger account whenever the budget came over. It was specifically for the accounts that had contingency appropriations. Instead of going into a separate line for contingency appropriations, that was grouped into professional services. Most departments don't have a professional services budget, don't have a professional services budget, and so it was easily identified when those amounts did move incorrectly. I opened one solution, verified where the budget was in one solution, verified where it was adopted per Commissioner's Court, and verified where it was in Workday. We have since made those changes. There is still one that we identified that we had not made that change for, and that was mental health services. 30940, and that's included in this, budget amendment number 8 on page 5. Also, in one solution, the salaries for the department head were both budgeted and expensed in a separate line item from the salaries regular for other employees. In Workday, the budget moved over correctly to the separate ledger account and spend category. However, the actual expenses for salary department head are currently being coded to the same spend category as salaries regular. Unfortunately, at this time, we have not developed a rule in Workday that would enable salaries department head to be expensed to a separate spend category. We're going to continue to work on this to get that developed. However, there are other items that we are working on at the same time. So in the meantime, we are doing a budget change order to recode the budget from salaries department head to salaries regular so that the budget follows where the expenses are. The salaries for elected officials are getting coded to the separate spend category because that's in a different check run, a different pay cycle than salaries regular and salaries department head. That's the majority of the budget report. There are a few other routine change orders that were submitted by other departments, but for the most part, those were the two large change orders that were done. I respectfully submit for your approval.
And then, like the previous motion, there are still corrections to be made.
No, this change order is
Oh, I thought you said
correct.
there's one mental health services still hadn't been done.
It's on page 5.
Oh,
That's-
okay.
That
I thought
change,
you-
so before we brought the budget over, we thought we had caught them all and moved them, and I missed that one because it's in a separate fund. It's all
That's
by
okay.
its little
I just
lonesome over
was
there.
listening to your comments, and I thought you said there was still one outstanding, so, yes.
That's
So
the one
moved,
that I'm
Judge.
moving here.
I'll second the motion. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 3, accept and approve project budget amendment number 4.
I respectfully submit capital project budget amendment number 4. We are requesting to reallocate budget between various funding sources and various projects as attached. The first is for the Banquetti Center roof replacement. We are also reallocating funding for the County Road 35 to 37 improvement approaching Saratoga. And last, the unused funding from the Hazel Bazemore engineering design for the dog park is getting moved back to unallocated for Commissioner Precinct 1. I respectfully request your approval.
Excuse me, could you repeat the part where Banquetti, what affects Banquetti?
The Banquetti Community Center roof replacement. It's the quote with South Texas Metal Roofing. It was approved by both Edward and Judge Scott's office. It was for $49,798. It was cross-reference number A on your backup.
Thank you.
That's the one I was gonna help you with, Commissioner.
Thought you did.
Well, I did, but he found some more money, so.
These are coming from Edwards, his
Yeah,
park
right.
fund.
Yeah, it was gonna come from mine first, and he found some money, so.
Well, that's very kind of you, Commissioner. Appreciate that.
My thoughts were there, man.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider insurance premium rates for health, life, and ancillary services for the 2024-25 fiscal year. And we're combining this 4 with the G1 as well with the health McGriff presentation.
That is correct. If you recall, last year at the end of the fiscal year, we needed to transfer,
3 million.
was it 3 million? I couldn't remember if it was 3 million or 4 million. We transferred either 3 or 4 million from the general fund to the self-insurance fund as the medical plan was underfunded for the fiscal year that ended 9/30/23. At that time, Commissioners Court asked why we hadn't heard that the medical insurance fund was underfunded throughout the year. This, whenever we set the premiums, would be the time that you would hear that. And therefore, whenever we were discussing with McGriff, we wanted that to be conveyed to Commissioners Court, that it is anticipated, if the rates are not changed, that there will be a significant amount of the insurance that is underfunded. That's the reason why various proposals were provided to you for the medical insurance plan. There were different proposals. Hold on just a second.
How much do you anticipate us being underfunded by the end of this year? That might be something that would start.
But when you underfund it, you still have something budgeted, because it's not coming out of reserves. You've.
Everything is reserves.
No,
whatever's
but I
left
mean,
over.
we didn't take $3 million out of reserves last year.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we did.
So but we never had $28 million in our reserves, and we only had 25, so how did we take it out?
It was approved before the end of the fiscal year. Had we not needed.
December, we did it.
That was the $3 million that came from the interest
The
from
interest on the
ARPA funds.
ARPA money,
Did.
yeah.
We
Yes,
used some
because
of that
there was
interest money.
interest.
Reserve,
No,
that's
no.
general fund.
Well-
Yes.
It's all.
But I mean, we
same
never had
fund.
28 million in our general fund balance reserves.
We would have if we wouldn't have spent this.
Yes, but
But we
then,
never had it, right? Because, I mean, that was what the little chart we had a while ago never showed us at $28 million.
that's because
end
at
of
the
the
end of the
year.
fiscal year, we'd already transferred that money over to the self-insurance fund.
Right, so if we take it this year, it's gonna come out of the general fund balance, and we're gonna be down to 22 million?
Maybe.
Quite possibly. It
Quite
depends on how
possibly.
much we have left and how much we cut our budget for next year when we're going forward.
Right, so that's what I need to understand is
Yeah.
this, transitioning into this little option that we've got in front of us,
Is not enough.
we're not even coming close to charging what we need to be charging on this. So how are we gonna do that and only charge 7.5% increase?
So we have some scenarios for the court to decision, which is in the pamphlet before you, which gives you the option of what to do. We can go very aggressively.
But how does it break even by 2025? I don't understand this, because it says county rates increase, and I'm probably just not understanding it. I'm on page, I don't know,
Increase.
recommendations on this pamphlet, right? This is the one
sir.
we're voting on today. So it's got 2 recommendations, and one says the county rates increase 27.08%, increased medical funding rates now, medical plan break even by 9/30 of 2025. So explain to me how if we increase these rates by only 7.5%, how are we gonna break even? When we're 3
Well, it's
million
gonna
in the
take
hole?
us some time to break even if we only do 7.5% increase right now. The reason why the 7.5% was recommended is in consideration that we're gonna go out for, RFPs next year. And there could be some potential savings there, not guaranteed, but potential. And so we gave you a very modest approach of how you could do this. We could go very aggressive, or we can go very lean, depending on where the county stands financially, to be able to make a decision as to how much to put into the insurance fund. Right now, I've been advised that we've had about $1.983 million in reserves. At the end of this fiscal year, we're gonna be negative $500,000 if we do nothing.
Wait, so we've got 1.93 in what reserves?
Left over in the healthcare fund.
That's still there?
Yes.
Okay, and we think projecting to the end of this year,
Yes,
with
sir.
everything we got coming, we're gonna be 500,000 short.
Yes, based on current projections.
But
Now,
not
that could
3
always
million?
increase or decrease.
No, no, I know.
But that's the current projection that McGriff has outlined for us, that we're projected to be about 502,000 in the red as of 9/30/24.
Okay, so,
Our projected from last year, we were 3.5 million short. Because we had to move 3 million in there, and we're still gonna be 500,000 short this year, so we're still short 3.5 million.
so
from the
why do we think last year we were 3 million short and this year we're 500,000 short? Because we didn't go up on the rates last year.
We're gonna be 3.5. The only reason we're 500,000 short is because in December, we put the 3 million into the healthcare fund because we knew we were very short.
Yeah, but that was from last year's shortage, not this
No,
year's
that's
shortage.
this fiscal year, December is this.
Right, but
We were already in a
moved it
bind from
effective-
last,
we moved it
effective, yes,
effective 9/30 of
yes,
23.
Yes.
Right, because we were gonna be,
Take up
because
the
we were
year
short for
before.
23.
Yes.
We were short for 22, 23, so we moved it in 23.
Right.
And they're projecting that the revenue, or the expenses will exceed the revenues by $2,485,722. And that's again assuming that there are no large claims. You have a large claim and you're at 3 million.
I get that, but we have 1.9 left, so that's where the 500,000 comes in?
Correct.
Yes.
So we put in more at the end of 23 than we needed to, anticipating?
As of right now, again, you have two large
Please don't
claims.
speculate, just answer my direct question. The reason we have, that we have 1.9 left is because we put 3 million in last year. We believe that this year it's gonna be 500,000 short. That's what you're getting, the 2.4 minus the 1.9, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we put in more at the end of 23 than we needed to be safe, or,
We were told that there were large claims coming.
okay? That's a direct
And so we
answer.
covered those large claims that we knew of that were coming in December.
But they,
It still didn't equal enough to get us at
I get
zero.
it. So we're still 500,000 short, okay?
Correct.
So, but the judge keeps saying, well, we're really 2.5 million, or 3, I'm
We
sorry.
had some in there, it
So,
was,
so at the end of this fiscal year, we're projecting, right now, as things stay the same with no tragedies, we're $500,000 short. So we have to, but what we're doing this for is the 24, 25 year, right? So that we don't end up in this boat again at the end of next time. So we're gonna have to take $500,000 out of the general fund balance right now to cover this projected loss, which is a bad thing. So how is it then that we think a 7.5% increase is gonna cover us for 24, 25? Because that's only another $150,000 according to this
To your
pamphlet.
point, that's correct. That
don't
still
get it.
won't get us in the black, but it's a modest approach. In other words, we're investing something instead of nothing. And so Lisa and the county attorney auditor's office did prepare a very aggressive approach that would help us achieve being in the black within a 4-year period. That is the scenario that was presented on the same page that you're looking at, Commissioner. If you, I'm sorry, not the same page, it would be,
So if we increase the medical funding rates now, which is the more aggressive one, this says the medical plan break even will be by 9/30 of 2025, assuming no horrible major thing, right? Am I reading that right? I don't know how, because I don't understand when it says county rates. You're saying county rates would increase 27%, but the employee rates only increase 7.5%? I'm just not.
at the end of 25, we're subjected to be at 2.677 million in the red. And so the 7.5% will help, but it won't help us to eliminate that potential deficit.
What it says up top, medical plan break even by 9/30 of 25 if we do this option one, and I'm not seeing how that works either. That's what I'm trying to get to is,
Okay.
I read the phrase medical plan break even by 9/30, 2025.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at a different proposal page. You're right, I'm on proposal page 3. So again, these are all proposals that have been presented to the court for us to be able to help see where we would be if we made a decision on either one of these proposals.
And I guess we should have not let the McGriff guy leave, because I'm not understanding how this increase is going to get us to a medical plan break even by 9/30/2025, which is what this says it will do, because we have to be more realistic in these increases. In fact, I don't know if we've done one in years. I thought we were doing some, but I guess we haven't been. Because, I mean, things go up. I mean, mine goes up every year. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, we can't keep being in the hole $2.5 million. We don't have it.
Correct. You're looking at proposal number 1? Is that what you're looking at, sir?
I'm looking at, is this recommendation, this one?
We have 4 scenarios. I just need to know which
F4.
page you're on.
I'm looking,
At the attachments to the auditors,
Okay.
no, I'm looking at the recommendation because we're doing these together is what.
Yes.
yes,
said,
but
so.
in the recommendations to the auditors, there's different proposals, and they link to this, to that one. I did cross-referencing so you could tell which one goes with which, because it was difficult to follow. If you're looking at my attachment, proposal 1, scenario 1 would be a flat rate of total premium increase of 24.12%. That would be a 7.5% to the employee and a 27.08% to the employer. Please note that anytime that you increase the employee and the employer, any retirees that are in our insurance pool, they pay both the employee and the employer portion, as well as all the other entities that are in our health insurance pool. They now also help offset the cost of those transfers. Whenever the general fund transfers the funds over, all the other entities that participate in our insurance don't share in those burdens with us. By increasing both the employee and the employer, everyone participating in the health insurance pool is now sharing an equal distribution of those costs.
So basically, if we do in scenario 1, proposal 1, scenario 1, the employees would see a 7.5. We would have to take on 27.08% increase. We'd have to factor that into our upcoming budget so that we don't end up at 2.5 million in the hole.
That's the more aggressive approach. That's not the only option.
I understand that, but I mean,
That-
we're still
that
taking
fully
on
funds us.
we're still taking on the vast majority of these expenses.
That's correct.
Like, huge, vast amount. And
Yes,
so-
sir. And the McGriff did tell us that we have a very robust insurance fund. Most employers, their
Fund
public.
or plan?
Plan.
Plan.
Yeah.
Most public entities have a 70-30, in employer burden 70, employee 30. We have 85-15.
Yeah.
And so we have a very aggressive insurance plan to really attract and retain top talent, but it's causing us to be underfunded based on the contributions that we are currently investing into the insurance fund. And so we have to decide.
So what's our contribution because this is gonna, 27.08% is how much? Like, how much are we gonna have to add to our budget to cover this 27.08% increase?
In the recommendations that he presented to us, that would increase $3 million.
If you
That's a
look
total
at the
cost of $3
chart
million.
that McGriff it has the 2024, 25, 26, 27, 28, the amounts on here too.
Right, so how are we gonna come up with $3 million more in the next budget for health insurance?
Right, that's why we presented some options to you, Commissioner. We understand that you may not just have $3 million right now to invest in the health insurance fund, and so we have a gradual increase, and we also have a plan that's less robust, which is about $1.5 million spread, but it still won't get us out of the black over 4 years. There are some options for the court.
Or we can increase, no offense, but we can increase the employees more. That's also an option that doesn't seem to be in here, other than the employee rates stay flat at 7.5% and we continue to go up.
The way McGriff explained it to me is because we're in a grandfathered plan, a grandfathered insurance plan, we can only increase the rates but so much on the employee side.
I don't know how we do this.
And that's what our previous consultant said, so just for context. So
Yeah.
that answer, that response has not changed in all the years I've been here, and I'm sure prior to that.
But one response that has changed, Commissioner Morez, is that we don't have to continue to be in a
Right, we don't
grandfather
have to.
plan.
We don't have to
Those
what?
But
people who
there's-
used to stick to the grandfather plan are no longer doing it. It
Correct.
is not as detrimental to move forward as it was at one
Correct.
time.
But once you undo it, you're done.
You can't go back.
You
That
can't.
is
I thought
correct.
they'd done away with the grandfather plans, because I think my company got kicked out of theirs.
Everyone pretty much was, but we as the county long ago chose, and every time given that option, have decided to stay under the grandfather.
No, I thought the grandfather stuff went away, because I've been under grandfather in my company forever, and I was told last year we couldn't grandfather anymore. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe because government versus private.
Maybe, yeah,
probably.
maybe.
Yeah.
But we as a county are on a grandfathered health plan right now.
And what are the advantages of that? I know that's why we shouldn't have let McGriff guy go, but,
Yes,
yeah, sorry.
not many, from what McGriff has explained to me. It limits us into what we can do. It kind of places us in a box where we can't go outside that box. And one of those is like a health and wellness plan. We cannot mandate a health and wellness plan that would incentivize employees to participate and penalize those that don't. And it help them focus on their health, which a lot of public entities are doing. They're making it required that they participate in that plan. We can't offer that plan because we're in a grandfathered plan.
Well, should we not then be having a discussion with McGriff over whether or not we should stay in the grandfather or not, and what the benefits are versus, because
That's one of the reasons why I had him here, sir, but, you know, he wanted to present this information to you during the second session.
well, no, he didn't say anything about this grandfather thing. This wasn't in the packet. I didn't know
No, sir,
anything.
but he would have addressed it.
Well, okay, someone should have told me that one. I mean, I was just looking at the packet, and
But I've talked to McGriff, and I can have him available by phone. If there are questions that you have that I cannot answer for you, I can reach him. He's
and we have to
traveling.
decide this today?
Sir, we have open enrollment next month. So in a nutshell, the answer is yes, because
Next month, what day?
July 22nd is when it
So we have
starts.
17th, we have court.
The problem with that,
It's pushing it a lot, but
it is
yes.
pushing it because we have to communicate and they have to set up Workday to put the rates in, and the vendors have to be
Do
knowledgeable of
not
the
say
rates.
workday in this courtroom anymore. No, so the open enrollment, why does it have to be the 22nd? And why can't we push the open enrollment back a little bit so that we can get better information on this?
We can.
Not better,
but-
more.
But here's the reason why I'm not recommending it is because I've had all the vendors set up to participate on the 22nd. They're gonna be here.
All
I've
their
reserved a lot
schedules
of, there's a lot of planning that
Well,
went into this.
hold
Yes,
on.
sir.
I get that, but that's a month from now. We can put
Yes, sir.
these people on notice. I'm asking why we have to do it on the 22nd from an open enrollment standpoint. I get we got to re-coordinate the vendors and we got to do all that possibly, but what's the deadline for them to be able to enroll? I mean, why couldn't we say August 22nd is open enrollment and push it back? I'm just asking why does it have to be July 22nd?
Historically, that's what we've done. And we've offered it this year earlier because we have new technology that enables us to be able to do that. And we have a new insurance consultant that is on board to give us some guidance and help us set it up.
What's that new technology again?
I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, so you're not making me feel better with that. So
Yes, sir.
we could then move open enrollment back to August
we
22nd.
could.
I'm just picking a day, whatever. I'm not saying it has to be August 22nd.
We could. I can undo what's been done. We're not at go, no-go, as the pilots say at this point. But we do have to make a decision at some point in regarding open enrollment. If you want to push that, if you want to extend it further, I can. And I'll do what the court needs to make.
Well, I just need to understand why we can't, what's the difference anymore in these grandfather, what's the advantages? Because there were definite advantages for a long time on the grandfather.
Can we have a workshop with the guy?
A workshop with action, like an action, maybe a one-item agenda that's
can
just
have it,
this,
just-
right?
You know, 1 hour, 2 hours?
I will say that he has informed me of some travel plans, and it's beneficial for him to be here today. I'm not sure when he'll be able to be here
Well, you
again
think
with his
maybe
travel
just
plans.
maybe virtual for him.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as
Zoom in.
he or
We don't
somebody
have
from
to
the
have him
company
there
can
personally.
respond, and, because that's the main question, and I agree.
It's a mess.
I know you try to get your timing down, and it's hard to get to our community, but for me, it would be just this matter of just having him at least on a MS Teams or Zoom option in a workshop that has one action item, try not to add anything else to it, and answer, it's not a simple question, but to answer that one specific question, he would know what we're asking, and then he can provide insight, because I agree. I mean, Mr. Saleh has put a lot of work, just so you know,
I know.
into trying to be proactive.
No, I think- I
It was
appreciate
always-
it.
It was always reactionary. It was always like, oh, we got to do it, and we got to do it like next week, and they're stumbling and putting it all together. And so they're trying to get it to us a month in advance, so that the staff can sign up, know what they're signing up for, take time to review it, and then get everything in place. So, I mean, if we need to call something special based on his schedule as well, I mean, I'm sure we could do it. I mean, but.
Well, based on that
what I would
proactivity, we
like
have
to do-
time. That's great. I mean, I appreciate you doing it proactively,
I
because
would,
now
I
we got a
would,
little
I would
extra
just,
time.
my 2 cents, I would rather sooner rather than later, right? So the next week or two, if everyone looks at their schedules, that we can bring them back.
So I
Can
would
I make a
request of
comment?
the court that we still keep the dates, and I see if McGriff is able to do a presentation that will help us keep the dates that we've committed to. And I want you to understand why I'm asking for that. We've set up biometrics, and we've organized a very robust plan where we're going to have Quest Diagnostics on site, and are going to be doing instant enrollments. And so we went in, there's been a lot of planning into this, and if we undo it, it's going to set us back, not just with the date, but with all of those vendors and all those plans.
And I hear you, but this is a multi-million-dollar decision,
Yes,
so
sir, I
I'm okay
understand.
delaying a little bit.
Excuse me. We have,
Vendors will come back.
Yeah.
we have
Three
budget
seconds.
workshop scheduled for
When?
the 8th and the 9th of July. And all the department requests have been for the 9th only. So I was gonna submit to not do the 8th and just put them all on the 9th, so that date, the 8th is still available if y'all wanna do this
That's a great
workshop.
suggestion. What does everybody think?
If,
Way to go,
if
Teresa.
McGriff is available,
Well, somebody from McGriff ought to be available.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, so on July
Doesn't
8th,
have to be here in person, we can Zoom him in. It's
Okay.
so July 8th, like, we've already got that book. That's a great suggestion, Teresa, at 9. Is that okay with everybody? And then does that mean if we do it then, and we can make a decision that you don't have to undo the July 22nd?
That's at least a question.
I don't.
Is it a workshop with a one-item agenda that we could do afterwards? Because we have to post for the workshop anyway.
Yeah, you would have to
Yeah.
have,
Come out of
and
the
go-
workshop and
right.
do a vote on it
Yes,
where
we
you
would
can
have to have a
continue with
court.
your deal. Yeah.
But is that gonna give everything, if we do it on the 8th, and if we make a decision, which I would assume by then we would, because he'd be here to answer all our questions and do whatever we need to do. But, and the question would be too, is if we decide not to do a grandfathered, will he have something, he's gonna have to provide us some different options. Like, he's gonna have to provide us more than just this. He's gonna have to say, okay, if we decide not to pick the grandfathered plan and go a different route, then what are our options under that scenario? So he's gonna have to give us all those options, and we're gonna have to do all that day, which means he's gonna have to prepare it, get it all done, give us all the backup we need to digest it, let us answer all the questions. We'd have to vote that day. Does that give everybody
If-
enough time to still do
Commissioner,
it
if
on
you're
the
asking
22nd?
if we can do away with the grandfather plan by 9/30/24, I would tell you in confidence that McGriff would say that's not recommended.
That's not the question.
Okay.
The
all right.
question is, can it be done? And
Yes, sir.
that's,
That- it can be
Does it
done, yes.
affect-
okay, then I get it may not be recommended, but I don't know why until he comes and tells me why.
Oh,
But it-
are you asking if it can be done by 9/30/24?
Yep.
The answer is no, because we would have to have, we would have to go out for bids, and that process takes months, almost a year. And so it's too early and too late at this point in the year to be able to make that decision and change our vendors.
Right, so.
no, you wouldn't be changing vendors, you'd be leaving the grandfathered plan. So we'd be able to adopt higher rates. That's not a changing of vendors.
I'd have to
Right.
confirm with McGriff if that's possible, but that's not my
If it doesn't
understanding.
have anything to do with,
Well, that's what we don't,
Vendor selection.
so if we don't know the answers,
find
then we need to
out,
get the
yes,
answers. So my question is, all right, let's just say that we can do all of that, that we're not leaving the vendors, we're just leaving the plan, right? So then we need to have all that backup and all that information for July 8th, and then is that still gonna give you, in other words, should you go ahead and undo the open enrollment now and push it back 2 or 3 weeks just to be safe? Because you don't wanna be doing it 2 weeks in advance. Right now, it's a month in advance. If we wait till July 8th and then we go, oh shoot, we should have backed up open enrollment, then we're really kind of screwing ourselves. So maybe we should back up the open enrollment a couple of weeks anyway, just to be safe. But, you know, if you want to roll the dice on what we're going to do on July 8th or whatever Teresa just suggested, that's up to you.
Well, it please the court, if I get an answer to that question after I speak with McGriff and find out what our options are in terms of backing up enrollment, there's some complications to that. It's more than just giving the rates to the employer-employee. There's other things that have been in play.
That we need to be having a big picture discussion on anyway, we might as well have it.
Yes, sir. And the plan was to have that conversation with the court and to recommend what we should go with going forward. But the plan was to continue as we are through the end of the year and go out for bids
Next year,
after.
go out for bids.
Right,
'cause
and if we
with
do,
time-
we just need to understand that even your more aggressive route, we're gonna be short at the end of next year by a couple $1,000,000.
Which will mean that you will have to transfer the money again. So you're either planning your
Putting it in there in advance, or
prepaid,
you're
yeah, you're
doing
either
it
paying for
afterwards.
it throughout the year and allowing those, and allowing the others that are also in our insurance plan, the other entities, not Nueces County, that are in our insurance plan to help fund the burden, or you pay it after the fact and we take the full brunt of
And
it all by
To
ourselves.
Lisa's point, we can choose to do nothing and keep the current rates as they are.
No, that's not an option for me, but they don't, but we pay the brunt for those people that participate with us too.
Yeah, yes, but
pay all
the
of theirs and
the
Yeah, I
other
don't even know why we
entities-
have other people in it anymore. I mean, that was a big political I get it. I didn't like it back
Be
then.
paying all of
They should be
theirs.
paying all of theirs. They shouldn't be paying part.
So whenever we do
grandfather
the
the reason we
transfer
can't.
from the general fund, that's 100% Nueces County. They don't help offset it. So if they had 10 employees in the insurance pool, they would be paying premiums on those 10 employees if it was allocated out throughout the year.
Yeah, but
But
if they have the big claims, then we pay for 85% of their big butt claims.
Of
That's the
everything.
thing. We've got people on our plan that we shouldn't have on our plan, that we haven't had, respectfully, the political courage to say, sorry, we can't afford to pay 85% of your dadgum big butt claims because you're another entity that's not even Nueces County. And I mean, that's the reality. We either have to have the political courage to
Absolutely
step into
true.
that thing, or just realize that, because our employees are one thing. These other entities, that's another thing that I don't agree with at all, but have never had,
Just elect the commissioner, we're gonna do it.
well, I don't know, because we better put those other entities on warning that they might need
Gonna
to
be
start
paying
looking for their own
100% of
insurance,
theirs.
because, man, we are paying a bunch for that, too.
I'm wondering, like, who are the other entities and like how many
only a couple.
employees are we talking like a?
Well, I
I think it's less
remember-
than 150 employees, I believe, Lisa, if that's correct.
How many?
The
Not,
ones that-
for the additional ones, not the non-county ones, there's 150 employees.
I believe so.
How-
I
And
believe
who is
that
that?
would be-
Who is that for the record? Because we didn't,
I can only
because
tell you
someone
what I
tried to get in
remember.
and we told them no. It was one of the ESDs wanted to get in and we'd,
Union is one and
but who are the ones that are in that we let in so that every,
Drainage district is in there.
Drainage
Drainage
district,
District, Credit Union, and
The
the
hospital
ESD.
district?
Couple of fire, ESD.
yeah, so let's,
The hospital district, the drainage, one or two drainage districts, and I'm not even sure which number drainage
Yeah, me
districts.
either.
The credit union that's not even a governmental entity
yeah,
participates.
I mean, seriously, we have 150 employees that are in on our plan, that they're
we
contributing.
pay
Between 100 and
85%,
150.
And they're not even county employees, and that
What's the
needs
name
to
of that
stop. That
group
is a
in Robstown?
good point.
Yeah, that's a,
The farm and ranch.
I mean, I'm sorry, but we have no responsibility to be doing that. I mean, and we keep doing it, and I don't know what it's cost us, but if one of those 150 have one of those big claims, then we have just totally hosed ourselves.
There's
I
one
mean,
thing
unless tell me if I'm wrong,
No,
please.
sir, I am wholly of the mindset that what we've always done doesn't need to continue to be done. And so if we need to do things to change, to improve our operations for the county, I would wholly support it.
Don't forget, though, your network is typically stronger when you're larger,
Absolutely.
right?
But
So
I
that's
think
the
those
trade-off.
outside entities
Now,
should
the
pay.
pay-in, that's
yes,
the
they
issue.
should
Not
be
when you're
paying
paying
their.
85%.
Right, the pay-in is the issue, and I agree, that should be fair.
Yes.
But you look at, City of Mesquite, I believe it's their city and their school district at one point, I haven't checked in a few years, they joined together their health insurance.
Are they self-insured?
Almost every governmental entities pretty much
Oh.
self-insured now.
Anymore.
But
Yeah,
it is
I
a
mean,
good
that's-
point,
that's the
Commissioner.
But they're paying equally, like those
Oh, I'm
two
sure.
probably
Yeah,
are both
I'm sure
paying
they
the
are. I
same.
haven't
We're
checked in a few
carrying
years,
hundred and
but
fifty
right.
people.
No,
Those people should be paying
I feel that's something
100%
worth
of
looking
their
at. I agree.
premiums.
They're not,
They're-
if those if those entities were paying their 85%,
Yeah.
but I don't think they are. I think they're just paying whatever
The
their
employee
participation
portion
is.
and none of the,
No, they pay the employee and the employer. So whatever rates we set for the employer, the other entities pay the employer portion and the employees pay the employee portion. That's what I'm trying to say. If we set the rates at
Wait,
the
but
correct
if they-
amount,
But if they,
Have
if
a
a big
claim.
claim comes, who pays that?
we do.
Not them.
We had a couple of big claims too.
Yeah, not them. So if one of their one of those 150 employees who are paying the employer and the employee premiums, but if one of their employees gets a $1 million claim, we pay all of it?
Yes.
We pay all of it. That is not the same thing as what John's talking about, which that's right. If we went in with the city and we were both self-insured and they were paying their 85% and we were paying our, okay, that's different, but we're paying the big claim.
The goal is to have the premiums cover everything in the insurance.
premiums aren't
But our
covering.
premiums aren't covering. And again, what I'm trying to say is that if we do get the premiums to cover, then you won't have those Nueces County only funded transfers at the end of the year. That's my only point.
And it's a valid point.
so we almost have to do that, yeah.
Okay, so
And Commissioner Morez just does point out a great
Models.
point, that the more we have in numbers, the less our potential cost
understand
is.
that, yes. Okay.
Okay, so I guess that's, the question is, do you want to move the July 22nd open enrollment back just to be safe? You want to roll the dice, that's up to you, but I don't know what we'll do on July 8th.
This on July 8th to discuss, so.
But
that's up
please
to
make
you
sure he
what you
gets us
do.
everything we need for July 8th, so that we're not sitting here thinking the same thing, that we don't have enough information. And he can just tell him to watch the video. That'll tell him
Okay.
what we need,
Yeah.
I hope.
I
Do
mean, I would-
you have any additional guidelines that you would like us to get you for scenarios? Something so
it's-
that we know where to go from here?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's grandfather versus non-grandfather. What are the advantages? Because if we're capped on what we can do, all we can increase is a certain amount because this grandfather plan, that's really hamstringing us a lot. And I'd like to look at those scenarios with those other 150 people, what that's costing us, like a breakdown on, how much they've paid in, how much it's been costing. I mean, it's 150 people. I gotta figure.
And if if the other entities come out, then of course, that's all county. You realize, right?
No,
If the other entities come out, because they are paying,
but they're all out.
if we take them out though, then it's all county.
If we take them out, no.
So
if
that
we-
would be
if we
loss
don't-
of
if they're
revenue
not
is what she's
included.
saying.
I'm saying, if we
we-
take them out, then we're also not paying for their claims either.
Yeah,
Right,
so,
that's true.
yeah.
But I'm just saying,
Right,
the
I
portion
get
that
it.
we pay also,
I just got back from my staff, there's a total of 45 employees.
No, I don't know where
In
150 came.
hospital district, drainage district, and the credit union.
What is a credit union?
And Commissioner Chesney is correct, they pay the premiums, we pay the claims.
What is the credit union?
The credit
Downstairs?
union downstairs on the first floor?
Okay, so there's 45 employees.
Have you considered all entities that we have? Because that
Yes,
seems
it's
very low.
45 total for,
From those 3 entities you just mentioned, but we have multiple other entities, don't we?
that's what she has in the
Well,
response.
let's just verify let's just verify
for the
whatever it
next.
is.
We want
Whether
to
it's
know
45 or
exactly how many.
150, let's just verify. Because we always throw numbers around in here and sometimes it comes back right and sometimes it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Point taken. We will get you that information. I'll take in consideration moving back open enrollment. Or maybe we'll roll the dice and see if we can still keep it. I don't know.
Your call.
That's up to you.
But don't,
Yes.
if you roll the dice and you come back in here and you didn't move it, then sorry, that's on you with all those vendors.
Understood,
Just,
sir.
okay. Making sure.
Understood.
All right.
Right.
Then motion to table till, what'd you say, Teresa?
July
July
8th?
8th.
July
And we're
8th,
going to have a special Commissioners Court on July 8th then?
with only this agenda item?
Can I have a consent agenda item for special motions and regular check run, please?
We have one on
Oh
the
my gosh, if we get
17th.
30 of those.
No,
Yeah.
just a consent agenda item.
we have the approval to go ahead and do those ahead of time. Do you have to? Yeah.
I say no. I say no, but I don't care. I'm just one
Yeah,
vote.
we can sign them in advance, so they can go on consent agenda, so.
Okay, that was fun.
Okay.
Moving on.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Oh, yeah. we
Motion,
got
I'll
it.
second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
I really do appreciate y'all doing all this work seriously, because you've given us, because y'all been so proactive, y'all have given us time to really think through this like we often don't. So to y'all who've done this, thank you, Commissioner Matas, I'm seriously, this is something we should have done a long time ago, so thank y'all.
That concludes our business. Do we have, I think, if anybody has anything that I haven't hit on, you better grab me now. Otherwise, do we have any adjournments in memory? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hernandez.
I have one.
Yes, this is Jesus Salinas Jr. Was born July 17, 1948, June 5th, 2024, age 75. Obituary: Jesse Salinas Jr., 75, passed away Wednesday, June 5, 2024. Jesse was born on July 17, 1948, in San Benito, Texas. To his parents, Jesus, not even going to try the name, but Jesus Salinas and Olivia Garza Salinas. He graduated in 1967 from Roy Miller Bucks High School. He served in the U.S. Army in Vietnam. Upon returning from his military service, he attended and graduated from Sam Houston University, and later began his law enforcement career. He proceeded in death by his parents, Jesus Z. Salinas Sr. and Olivia Garza Salinas, Humberto Quintanilla Sr., brother-in-law Roberto Benavides, stepson Damian Rene Benavides, stepson Gabriel Robert Benavides, grandson and Corporal Samuel Reyna, best friend. He is survived by his beloved wife Beatriz A. Salinas, his children Edward Salinas Medina, David Salinas Medina, and stepchildren Mary, Robert Martinez, Nancy, Mike Mirenes, Gilbert Melendez Benavides, Robert and Damian Benavides, his brother Deacon Hector, Diana Salinas, Rolando G. Salinas, his sister Yolanda Quintanilla from Euless, Texas, and Elvia Rodriguez, Spring, Texas. He had numerous grandchildren, great-grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and many lifelong friends he loved dearly. He will always be remembered for his love and laughter, quiet nature, and his devotion to his family. He loved watching football and was an avid Dallas Cowboy fan. This is, rest in peace, Jesus Salinas. Judge, Commissioner, Commissioner, my goodness, I went blind. This Commissioner left.
Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, yes, you're okay. We're all having that day today.
Yeah, this was for Commissioner Gonzalez, and I personally knew Jesse Salinas. We all were raised in the same neighborhood. My saddest for his family, Jesus Salinas. So that's it. Oh, and then there's one for Johnny Canales.
Oh, yes.
There is I'm not even going to, the obituary, I don't have it, but everybody knows that the viewing is tonight from 5 to 9 at the Salinas Auditorium. It'll be done tomorrow as well, from 5 to 9, Salinas Auditorium. Then Thursday will be the burial. Okay? So my condolences to the family of Johnny Canales.
Yes, our condolences to both families, by all means, yes. Commissioner Chesney has one as well.
Thank you, Judge. Doris D. Stalter, beloved wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, earned her angel wings on May 31st, 2024. She was surrounded by family and her husband of 71 years as she peacefully returned to her heavenly home. Dee was born in Dallas, Texas on March 26, 1933. We shared a birthday to the late Ira Church Jared Jr. and Dorothy Kindred Jared. In 1947, she met Bill Stalter as she was walking home from Griner Middle School in Dallas. Bill often ate Fritos and drank Coca-Cola after school, looking out the window of his house on Montreal Avenue in Oak Cliff. A cute brunette girl, Dee, caught his eye as she walked home from school each day along Montreal Avenue. One day, about the time he anticipated Dee to walk by his house, Bill decided to go outside and water the lawn so he could say hi as she passed by. And the rest, as they say, is history. A beautiful love story that spanned 8 decades. Her parents moved to Corpus Christi in 1950, and Doris attended Del Mar College and earned her associate's degree in home economics, while Bill attended Texas A&M University and earned his degree in architectural design. Bill and Dee were married at First Christian Church in Corpus Christi, Texas on May 31st, 1953. Upon returning to the United States in 1956, Bill and Dee made Corpus Christi their home, where they would spend the rest of their lives raising their family, operating Bill's architectural business, where Dee was his office manager, and being active in their church. At First Christian Church, they spent 35 years as Sunday school teachers, many of which I was the beneficiary of, impacting the little lives of countless children who attended their 5th grade and 6th grade Sunday school classes. Both Bill and Dee also served as deacons, elders, and elders emeritus of First Christian Church. Dee is survived by her loving husband, Bill, her daughters, Carrie Lee, David S. Heiser, and Laurie D. Donald R. Lawhorn, grandchildren, Nicholas Scott, Savannah Heiser, Dana Lee Heiser, and great-granddaughter, Joanna Lee Heiser. Dee was a wonderful woman, and she definitely earned her wings, and she will be missed. Our condolences to the Stalter family on the loss of Doris D. Stalter. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Our condolences from the court as well. Commissioner, do you have anything? No. Then it is 2:58, and we are adjourned.